was just buildings crumbled, body parts, babies, like adults, everywhere, just dead side of the street. Some of the times you'd see some rubble, you see like you think somebody needs help, you gotta think you're gonna pull a body out, man. You're just pulling an arm or a limb. I was at this point in my life where I absolutely felt like I've lost everything. And at that moment is when I decided to try to take my own life. There I was all alone on that couch with my thoughts. And that's where the devil thought he had won. I learned that if you're not looking, you're going to miss God's hand in everything. I was in tears, man. I was like, how was I so oblivious? I've had a dad. I've had a father this whole time. God put me through all that so I can get to this point in my life where I actually love and care for people and want to help them. And I can share my story and help others.
Efren Garcia, thanks for coming out, man.
Thanks for having me, man. This is awesome.
Let's go ahead and do a little bio for you, and we'll just go ahead and get into it, man. So, Efren Garcia, you served a little over 23 years between the United States Air National Guard and active duty Army, and you just recently retired from the Army as a Sergeant First Class. Throughout your career, you deployed multiple times, including combat operations in Iraq and Afghanistan, where you worked alongside some incredible people in high-stress environments that shaped who you are today. The military taught you leadership, resilience, discipline, and the importance of brotherhood, but it also exposed to you the realities of trauma, loss, and the mental health struggles many service members carry along after the mission ends. Struggles many service members carry long after the mission ends. I'm going to get that right because that's important. All right, so because of that, you're now focused heavily on peer support, advocacy, and helping others navigate the transition from survival mode into healing and purpose, which we were actually, funnily, just kind of talking about offline, right? So in order to help others who are walking through the same darkness you once faced, you currently are building Battleground Peer Support, which is a nonprofit dedicated to peer support, mental health awareness, suicide prevention, and community outreach for veterans and first responders. Your mission with Battleground Peer Support is to help normalize conversations around mental health and remind people that asking for help is not weakness, it's strength. So sorry to kind of you never want to brief the slide. I kind of did that there, but it was just, especially when it comes to the nonprofit that you got going, it's important to get right. So I just kind of, went ahead and exposed that I'm a high school dropout and I read at probably a third grade level. So have you ever seen Joe Dirt? When Kid Rock is like, "Dear Robbie."
Yeah.
That's me.
Hey, man, I'm a high school dropout too.
Nice.
But look where we are now.
Right, yeah. What grade did you make it to?
Junior year.
Okay, hey, me too.
Yeah.
That's awesome, man. That's awesome.
Yeah.
I dropped out. I was in Nashville, Tennessee. I dropped out, ran away California, ended up in San Jose, Santa Cruz. I just went till I hit the ocean, basically.
Yeah.
Can't go any further. So anyway, the reason one of the reasons that we're sitting down, in case you were wondering, in case anybody else is wondering, is because you've got a tenacity about your faith that's palpable. And I don't know. So in the military, we have we always say move with a purpose. You definitely move through your kind of walk of faith with purpose. And in my experience, I could be wrong about this, but in my experience, that generally comes from knowing very well what's on the other side. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
Like not just seeing it, not just peeking behind the curtain and seeing what's, but like living in it, like kind of hitting rock bottom and then
Oh, yeah.
making a decision, being rescued from it. And then, so, and that looks different for everybody, right? Like rock bottom, they say like the worst thing that's ever happened to you is the worst thing that's ever happened to you.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't matter if it's not as hard or harder than somebody else.
Yeah.
It's the worst thing you've ever faced. Now, some folks, it's like they got a black Beamer for their 16th birthday and they wanted red, but it's
that's their rock bottom.
That's
still their rock bottom.
Exactly.
Yeah, everybody's rock bottom is different.
Yeah.
I've learned they could be as shallow or as deep as they can mentally handle.
Exactly, and that's kind of a thing too. It's a good point that you're making, kind of right off the bat, that the struggles that we kind of go through. We like to say that God's in all things and he's never going to give us anything that we can't handle. And I think you're exactly right. Like if it's just something that seems shallow to everybody else, and that's just kind of where you are right now. And he's not going to overwhelm you, but you do kind of constantly have to learn from the world. Otherwise you're going to just be a product of it, I guess, if that makes sense.
Yeah. I've learned, trying to compare my struggles with other people's struggles and kind of downplaying my struggles because they weren't as bad as that struggle. I've learned, hey man, that's my struggle. Yeah. I'm not that person. That person comes from a different walk.
Yeah.
They, comparing yourself to somebody else's struggles, you guys might have been in the same situation, but deal with it in a different way.
Yeah, man.
So trying to compare yourself to other people, like you just have to focus on you whenever you are trying to walk your faith, or whether it's a walk through faith or trying to recover from something,
Yeah.
I look at, the family at Grace Church, man, there's people that just love God. And when I first started this journey, I was like, man, that's where I want to be, but that's not where I'm at right now. So I learned not to try to compare myself.
Sure.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Just kind of take it at my own pace.
Yeah. No, that's an excellent point. And I think you're talking about people who just kind of get all into it. And dude, that sometimes that's never going to be. We were actually just talking about that with Phil Bivens. He's awesome dude. Old school Vietnam guy. Like there's not a lot of those guys around anymore.
Yeah, man.
But anyway, we were talking about that, how, I think we were talking about worship music, how, some folks get down, some folks are down on their knees in the aisle and like weeping and wailing, and some folks are just kind of standing there.
Yeah.
And it's like, neither one is wrong as long as it's sincere. I guess I'll put a caveat there, and you know what? Why not? Let's just get into it. I know we just started, but let's get into it. I have kind of a habit of, or a tendency to call out things that bug me about the culture. That's the thing that does kind of bug me. Well, not kind of, it bugs me a lot. It's not people doing that. That doesn't bug me at all. It's that there's a certain, it's the looking at people who don't do that a certain way. Because that's hypocrisy, man. Because it's like, let's be honest, like some people who do that, some people that put their hands up or whatever, or sing along, or like I said, or take it as far as getting down on their knees and weeping and wailing, it's sincere.
Mm-hmm.
Some folks are faking.
Yeah.
Period.
Yeah.
Like they're doing, they maybe kind of like you were alluding to, which you didn't fall into, but maybe they see other people doing it. They're like, oh, this is what I'm supposed to do. Let me fake it till I make it, you know? But my point is, sometimes it's fake. But, the people looking down on other folks who are just standing there soaking it in, it's not other people standing there soaking it, it's the people doing that. So my point is, I guess, that where the hypocrisy comes in is that you are relying on, and in some cases, depending on how big of a show you're making, demanding a certain grace, right?
Yeah.
You're
taking it away from God, from Jesus.
You're definitely taking the attention away.
Yes.
But from everyone else, you're kind of relying on them showing you the grace of assuming that you're one of the people being sincere and not faking it.
Yeah.
However, you're not extending that same grace to the person who's just standing there soaking it in and saying, oh, well, maybe there's so much going on in their head and their heart that they actually can't move. They're just processing. Instead, you're saying, you're just embarrassed. Or you're not a strong enough Christian. You're not surrendered, whatever it is. Anyway, it's a thing that bugs me. I don't mean to.
No, and so I mean, we can get right into it, man. I grew up Catholic.
Okay.
So
standing and sitting.
and it was a lot of boring services, a lot of monotone stories, and I never really paid attention. The first time I walked into a Christian non-denominational church where they were doing worship, I felt so out of place. There was people, arms raised, crying on their knees, and I'm just like, you don't see that in a Catholic service, and I did feel a little out of place at first, but I also enjoyed the music, and I was that guy that would kind of look around and be like, I wonder if that person's faking, or, that's a little extreme.
Yeah.
And that was just me being naive and judgmental.
Sure.
I was not as graceful as I am now. And as deep in my walk of faith and my relationship with Jesus wasn't there. It was just, I had faith. That was it.
Right. You're just trying to figure it out.
Yeah, I'm still trying to figure it out. But yeah, man, I would walk in and, I was that guy that would kind of look around and be like, should I raise my hand? No, that feels a little weird. I don't like, and now it's, it's come to the point where if I'm feeling it, that part of the song and the worship, my hands come up, my hands go on my heart. Like I'm in that moment, and it's, I understand now where some people, how that differentiates from when I was in Catholic services coming into the Christian, worship, man. And it's a lot different now, man. And I've learned now, I try not to pay attention to what's going on around me. I try to just focus on the purpose while we're there, right? And that's to raise God and Jesus Christ.
That's an outstanding approach, man. Because it can be, and again, it doesn't bother me when people do it anymore. I was like you for a long time. I was like, you're just here to get attention for yourself. Like and again, let's be honest, some people are doing that. But I know me, and if I allow myself to recognize that stuff, then I'll just start assuming that everybody's doing it, and it'll do exactly the thing that I that's making me angry. You know what I mean? It'll pull my attention and focus to something that just doesn't merit it. It doesn't, but I think your approach is pretty spot on, man. Just like, hey, you're there for you and to commune with God, and so is everybody else. So just, let them do their thing as long as it's not, you know what I mean? If they're stepping on your toes and bumping you and spilling their coffee on you, like, hey, all right, hey, I got it. Holy Spirit's definitely not asking you to spill your coffee on me right now. But anyway, so I'm pretty sure you're familiar, but we like to do a whole life story.
Yeah.
Kind of just get to know. I mean, the point is to get to know the person, and then who you were, how you got that way, who you are, and how God has formed you into that person. So that involves going all the way back. But before we do that, we were talking about everybody's rock bottom is different at the beginning. What did rock bottom look like for you?
My rock bottom was at the point where, my wife had told me she was leaving me. She was taking the kids because of my alcoholism. I had lost my childhood best friend. I had lost two of my other best friends, not recently, but it had happened throughout life, right? I just felt I was at this point in my life where I absolutely felt like I've lost everything. And at that moment is when I decided to try to take my own life. And that was my rock bottom. A lot led up to that moment. It wasn't just like, hey, I'm going to do this just to do it. But, and we'll get into it when I talk about my story. But, it was just all this stuff that I had been carrying for so long. And a series of things just happened that made me feel like I didn't deserve to live anymore. And through that process is, I consumed enough alcohol to probably kill a small country. Consumed enough pills, swallowed a bunch of pills, and what's it called? Like the powdered aspirin.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I'd take like a whole box of
I was
those.
trying to nuke your liver.
Just trying to,
Shut
end it
everything
all.
down.
Yeah. And by the grace of God, I was saved, man. I ended up getting taken. I get into that moment. I just remember being on this couch. I was at a buddy's house, and they had gone to work.
Mhm.
I was supposed to be in a class that day. I was in the EMT course, and I was just starting the in person part. I had just finished the online part. So I was in that moment by myself, no sound, just quiet in my own thoughts. And that was the scariest thing that I could imagine, like I don't know how to explain it, man, but it was just silence and it was dark. Um, and that's when I realized, I lost everything. I honestly thought my military career was going to be over. My wife had just left me. I had just totaled my car. A lot of things were just piling up all at once, and that's when I decided to take the pills and chase it down with whatever alcohol was laying next to me. And by the grace of God, I texted my wife and I told her, um, I'm sorry for everything. Tell the kids I love them, and I won't be a problem anymore. Um, and I passed out on the couch, and the next thing I remember is I heard a drone. This is, and being in Iraq and Afghanistan, we had drones, and I know what a drone sounds like, and it sounded like it was hovering right over me. So when I opened my eyes, I immediately saw SRT coming in, guns up, tackled me, put me in handcuffs, and took me out the door. When I walked outside, I was still out of it, but they had my whole neighborhood blocked off. I guess what had happened was my wife got that text message, went text my buddies, and they told my leadership, and she went to the courthouse to give them permission to enter the house. Well, what they didn't want to do was just walk in and knowing my background and my history with my PTSD, and then there's weapons in the house. They didn't just want to walk in. They didn't know if they were going to walk into a firefight or what they were going to get themselves into. So, they sent the drone in. They saw me pass out on the couch. They rushed in because they saw me still out. But when they took me to the hospital, they put me in the back of a cop car. They didn't even wait for the ambulance to show up. They just took me straight to the hospital here in Pinehurst. And when I got there, my blood alcohol content was like a 0.46. My liver was pretty damaged from all the aspirin, Tylenol that I had taken. And I had started, going through my withdrawals. I started throwing everything up. They had me in the emergency room for about 36 hours before they took me into the detox. But while I was in that hospital, what I didn't realize was that when I got taken out of the house, all my leadership was outside of the house. They were already there. Um, when I woke up after my in and out and started detoxing, I look over my best friend Trevor sitting right there. Now Trevor and I go back. We've been in the same units together since 2010, same deployments, just different situations. So he's sitting there next to me, tearing up, and I just remember apologizing to him and feeling like I wasn't gonna die because I'd taken all those pills and drank as much as I drank. I thought I was gonna die because I couldn't get any more alcohol in my system because of the withdrawals. And I just remember that night, day or night, I don't know the time, but I just remember laying in that hospital bed and having an honest conversation with God and just telling him that I can't do it anymore. I don't want this anymore. Either end it, take my life, or help me because I can't live like this anymore. Um, I'm throwing up in and out of blackouts. Next thing I know, I wake up and my commander's sitting next to me, and he's got tears in his eyes. And I just look over at him, and I'm just apologizing to him. And he looks at me and he's just honestly, you know, have you ever thought about doing an inpatient program? And I just remember telling him, sir, uh, I'm willing to do anything to never feel like this ever again. And I meant it. That was the first time in my life that I honestly meant, when I had that conversation with God, I meant it. I did not want to live like that anymore. I either end it or help me because I can't do it anymore. When I had that conversation with my commander, it was the same thing. Like, I'm willing to try anything to never feel like this ever again. And, you know, looking back, um, after that conversation that I had with God and my commander, it's just everything just started falling back into place where doors started opening, where I started getting help, where I started going to church. And I mean, I can keep going on about how that, you know, where that got me to where I'm at now, or we could go back to the beginning.
Yeah. Well, let's back it up and kind of work our way into it. But I'm curious though that you say you had an honest conversation with God. Was that the first time you think you had like a real, like totally surrendered conversation with God?
Totally surrendered. I've had many conversations with God. Alcoholism can take a toll on your life, man, to the point where you lose control of it. And there'd be those nights, it's like, hey God, get me through tonight. I'm out of alcohol. Get me through tonight. Get me through these withdrawals, and tomorrow will be a better day. We'll start new. And he'd get me through it, but then that next morning I'd be right back to drinking, to get rid of the shakes, to get rid of that awful feeling. But never a fully surrendered conversation like that I had that day.
That's the key.
Yeah,
that's the key. That's why so many people, I think, the turning point in their life with their faith is that rock bottom, because it's I don't think it's necessarily that well, actually, I'm confident. I'm not trying to speak out of turn, but you don't have to hit rock bottom to come to your faith sincerely. But a lot of times, that's just what it takes for somebody to actually surrender.
Yeah,
like because in a lot of instances, people are like, you can tell yourself that you're surrendered and think you mean it, because you're like, yeah, of course I want God's will or whatever, but you're not actually like just giving it all up. There's still something that you're holding on to.
You're holding on to those reservations is what I call them.
Right. Yeah.
And it's one of those that I learned through recovery, that if you continue to have those reservations, you're not going to be successful in your recovery. It is a full surrender. And it is honestly one of the greatest feelings ever, man. Like, I don't know how many times I've talked to, different psychiatrists or social workers just to get people off my back, and I wasn't honest.
Yeah, sure.
I would, when it came to my drinking, it was like, I never drink more than two, the
standard line.
The standard line that you tell everybody in the military. No, man, I never drink more than two. I never drink more than 3 times or 2 times a week. Never mix my alcohol. But in reality, it was the complete opposite. I was just drinking vodka in the parking lot before I came in to talk to you,
Yeah.
And that complete surrender, that complete honesty, and just getting rid of all that baggage that we carry as men. You just got to get it out, man. And you got to be honest with yourself. You got to be honest with God, and you got to be honest with others. And that's what I learned is the key. The most important thing is the honesty and the complete surrender.
That is absolutely it. And I think it my opinion, it applies to kind of all aspects, or even going back to what we were just talking about when I was kind of, whining about people faking the funk in worship. But it's the same kind of principle applies. Like it's all comes down to sincerity.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? If you're being sincere, that's what he wants.
Yeah.
Like you think he doesn't know?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You think I don't know. There's a much bigger thought in there that I can't really kind of form into words right now, but it's something I was thinking about just yesterday or the day before, or something like that. But it's exactly that. It's like So, so this is going to be a weird example. I hope it makes sense. So back in the day, I mean, you've seen I used to be a tattoo artist.
Yeah.
Back in the day. And man, when that's what I did for a living, I had so many friends, good friends. Like, but almost none of them were actual friends.
Yeah.
It's everybody's, inviting you to the shows. Oh, I'll get you in for free and all this stuff and wanting to be buddies. But it's because they're trying to ingratiate themselves because they're thinking at some point, oh, I'll make this guy think we're buddies and then I'll get some free time. I've seen his work. It's good. I'll get something for free out of him. You know what I mean? And when I stopped tattooing, I mean, sincerely, out of maybe 200 people, two people stuck around. Yep. Everybody else was just wanting something. But my point is, like, any tattoo artist listening to this right now knows exactly what I'm talking about. You can see it coming from a mile away. Like, oh, here we go. This person's going to pretend to be my buddy. I wonder how long. It got to the point where I was like, wonder how long it's going to take for them to bring up that they want some tattoo. You know what I mean? Like, and so my point is, you get to the point where you know what's going on, and it's insulting.
Yeah.
How much more insulting do you think it is to God? You know what I mean? He knows what's in your heart. Yeah. He knows better than you know. Yeah. And then we just fake it. We fake it. Where, and again, going back to something as simple as like, putting my hands up. If you're feeling it, great. If you're not, what are you doing? You are insulting God.
Yeah.
He's looking down at you like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Anyway, that's the really a disjointed kind of long-winded point, but I hope it made some kind of sense.
Yeah, it does.
Is that it all goes back to total, like, sincere surrender, man.
Yeah.
And there's really no, I guess, bigger surrender than, like, in your case, literally, this is going to change. I am either going to die or I'm going to live as a different person.
Yeah.
There was
no option. That was it. It was that, death or life. Mm-hmm. And I think I had a little bit of death because of you have to die a little bit to, I believe you'd have to die a little bit like the old me died and a new me has risen, after that moment. So there is a little bit of death that has to happen for life to create,
Yeah, man, you got somebody else sitting in your seat. You know what I mean? It's a fake you sitting in the real you seat, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
You got to kick them out.
Yeah.
Okay, get up. Get up. Thanks for keeping it warm. Get up.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Anyway, so let's wind it back, man. Let's go back to childhood. Where'd you grow up?
Yeah, man. So I am the youngest of 5 kids. My mom is Hispanic. My dad was from Mexico. I was born in Chicago, Illinois.
Okay.
I have 2 older brothers and 2 older sisters. It goes boy, girl, boy, girl, boy. And, my grandma was pretty religious. She was the one, I think, that pushed the faith the most on us when we were younger. So Sundays, we would be at church, Catholic services, and my dad would go every once in a blue moon. My dad was an alcoholic. We were that typical Mexican family that if there was a baby shower or a baptism, there was alcohol. There was a party right afterwards, and there was alcohol, and it was a big celebration. There was always alcohol involved with any kind of celebrations that we did. And with that, my dad was abusive towards my mom, from what I remember. Being the youngest of 5, my older siblings tell me some stuff sometimes that I don't remember, or they clarify some stuff that I kind of do remember. And it was either a lot worse or not as bad as I remember. But in my mind, it was always bad, Like I remember one time my dad threw a fish, our little fish tank, little fish bowl, at my mom, broke behind her. And I just remember seeing the little goldfish flopping around on the ground, and that's a memory that I have from childhood. We didn't have much, I was being the youngest, I got a lot of love from both my parents. while they were together. I did get a lot of hand-me-downs growing up, but at a certain point, my mom got tired of my father's abusiveness. There was some cheating, adultery going on, and it was pretty blunt and obvious to the point where it was pretty disrespectful. Coming home with marks on his neck and saying that it happened while he was shaving. Where you don't get hickeys from shaving. So my mom pretty much got tired of it, right? She decided to leave him, divorce him. He stuck around for a little bit and then realized, and this is just me, what I perceived, is that he realized that he was going to have to pay a lot of child support on 5 kids. So he stuck around for a little bit, promised that he'd always be there for me. He'd come back, and when I'd see him, he'd be drunk. He'd try to come get me when he was drunk. He'd try to, I remember spending maybe 2 times with him when they first split up. And then eventually he took off to Mexico so he wouldn't have to pay child support. And at that point in our lives, my oldest brother's 8 years older than me. I'm about 9 years old at this time. My mom now has to work multiple jobs. So my mom's gone first thing in the morning till late at night. If I kiss her goodbye when I go to school in the morning, I'm not going to see her till I kiss her good morning again the following day. And with that, my oldest brother was, he grew up in one of the gangs there in Chicago. One of the bigger gangs, not the Latin Kings, not, but our house with my mom being gone all the time now, our house kind of became the hangout spot.
Sure.
So all my brother's buddies were always there. I would wake up to get ready to go to school, and they'd either be smoking weed or drinking their 40s, and that's what I had to look up to, right? So as being the youngest, looking for love or looking for attention, the only thing I could do was kind of emulate my surroundings, right? My siblings. I had my oldest brother to look up to. So, I'd joke around. I wasn't joking, but I'd be like, hey, let me get a drink of that 40. And my brother would be like, get out of here, man. Get ready to go to school. So I was around drugs, alcohol at an early age of my life. My middle brother was at that point started smoking a lot of weed. And my mom was oblivious to it all because she was gone all the time. And at this point in my life, I think I had tried alcohol and thought it was really disgusting, but I was still just trying to fit in, man. I wanted that attention. I wanted that love that kids crave, and no fault to my mom, she was doing her best. She didn't know at the time that, and I didn't know at the time that this was going to affect me later on in my life, but not having that as a child and not having that attaboy or, anybody showing up to my baseball games, my oldest brother would show up sometimes, or he'd be the one to take me. But not having that structure, that love growing up, I was loved. It just wasn't demonstrated or shown a lot. My grandma was the authoritative one in the family. She would be the one that would come over with a little baseball bat in her hand and shake it around and kick out all my brother's friends and tell them, what are you doing here? Get out of here, and chase them everybody out the house. And at that time growing up, it was like early 90s. I was born in 83, so it was like early 90s. I could leave my house and not come home till the sun went down, the street lights came on. That was around the time that I'd come home. But my best friend, Vince, at the time lived about 2 blocks around the corner. So I was always at his house. I try to stay away from my house as much as possible. His parents were still together. There was that love in that house. They had the name brand cereal. They had MTV. That was a spot that I wanted to be at. I wanted to be around that more than just alone at home or getting picked on, teased by my siblings. There's that rivalry growing up, and being the youngest, I never won any of them.
Yeah, sure.
And no fault in them either, man. I know they were going through a lot, and especially my oldest brother and my oldest sister. they pretty much became the parents of the house. My sister had to make sure we were fed. Granted, she wasn't the best cook, and my oldest brother, he tells me all the time now, it's like I remember I would take you and my older sister, the one that's 2 years older than me, we were the youngest, that he would take us to go buy clothes for school, or buy us our supplies for school because my mom would be so busy. And like I said, no fault to her. She was just doing her best. But, it's like, hey, school started next week. We don't have our school supplies yet. So our oldest brother would take us to go buy it for us, whether it was his money that he made selling drugs or whether it was the money he made working at an oil changer, Didn't ask, didn't care, just knew that, we always were able to make ends meet. I always had a roof over my head, was never homeless. But my favorite place in my childhood was to be at my best friend's house, around that nurturing, caring, loving family. And that was something that I didn't realize at the time, but that was something that I was just seeking my whole life. But yeah, man. So I remember now I'm like 11. My mom's having a New Year's party. My best friend Vince is coming over to sleep over, and my mom used to drink Bacardi Limon, tequila, Jose Cuervo, whatever, what it was back then. Was all around, that she had all her friends. She worked at a gun shop actually, which was pretty cool. One of her jobs was working at a gun shop. So during the day she was a bookkeeper, and then in the evening she would sell guns. So they had an indoor shooting range at this gun shop called Bell's Guns there in the suburbs of Chicago. And the cool thing about my mom working at a gun shop was we got to be around some cool guys that, knew how to shoot. I was able to go in there sometimes and they'd put me to work by stapling targets together, and then they would pay me, $10, and I would pick out a gun and I'd buy some ammunition, grab some targets, and go to the back. And at first they taught me all the safety of how to treat weapons, right? So at a very young age, I was shooting, 22s. Started with the 22. My mom always carried the 38 special, 45s, 9 mils, and I would just. It got to a certain point where I could just go do a little bit of work. They'd pay me. I'd buy bullets. I'd pick out some targets. I'd pick out whichever gun I wanted to shoot, and I'd go to the back, put my ear safety on, and just go back there and shoot, man. And that was like my happy place, my second happy place. Cool story was after the gun shop shut down, not shut down, but closed for the night. They had an Uzi.
Oh, wow.
They had an Uzi, and one of the guys there was like, when we shut down one day, I'll take you back, and he did. He took me to the back, and he showed me, it had the foldable stock. He got it ready. He fired it and showed me how to hold it and all that. And I just remember he had to put his hand on my back, man, because I was I just let this thing rip, and I thought it was the coolest thing ever, man. And so I had that, and those were other men that were kind of in our lives that I got to be around. Was those men at that gun shop? Some of them were prior service, some were not, But back to the story of that New Year's, and this is when I remember having my first taste of getting drunk or buzzed. My best friend Vince and I snuck a bottle of Bacardi Limon that had, maybe a quarter or a third. I don't know. It was almost empty. But we took it and we ran to the back of the garage where we would hang out at my house. And I remember just taking a swig of this Bacardi Limon and tasting that sweet flavor at first, and then that burning sensation, and just thinking again, like the first time I tasted beer, I thought it was the most disgusting thing, and just like that, I was like, man, this is so gross. Like, why do they drink this? Well, they mix it with Coke. I'm sitting there, 11 years old, shooting Bacardi Limon straight, and and my buddy Vince took the bottle and he took a swig, and then I took another swig, and before I know it, the bottle's gone, and I start getting this warm feeling inside, and like this happiness, man. Like, it just overtook my body, man, and I just remember that night having the best time of my life with my best friend, being in that moment, not thinking about my parents being divorced, my dad leaving, the abuse, the lack of love. I was happy and I was having a great time with my best friend, and none of that stuff was in my mind. That's when I realized that now I understood why everybody else drinks this stuff, right? They're escaping from something. And if they're not, this is why I'm going to drink it.
Yeah,
It's my escape. And it wasn't like I was drinking every week or every weekend at a young age. It was just like, man, I remember that day. It really stuck with me, and it's like I can't wait to feel that again. Till the next morning.
Oh, sure, yeah.
We woke up hungover. I don't know what a hangover was, but I just felt, sick, headache, and it was like, man, that sucks, dude. But that was a really great feeling.
Do you think that had anything to do, didn't mean to interrupt you, but do you think that had anything to do with the fact that prior to that, like where you felt kind of safe and happy was elsewhere, but this time you're actually at your house and you actually feel kind of
safe and happy at my house?
At your own house, yeah.
And with my best friend.
Right. Yeah,
who I felt safe and happy at his house.
Right. It's like, yeah, exactly. Kind of.
Yeah,
bridging the gap a little bit.
Yeah, it was, I'd never felt that before,
Mm.
and that was the first time I think in my own home that I did feel that, and I wanted more of it.
Sure. Yeah.
But yeah, you know, so the parties there was always a party in my house with my brother's friends and stuff. And I remember my mom, she had to go to New Mexico for a funeral. And I didn't, at this time, oblivious. I didn't know where my mom was born or where she was from. I always assumed we were all from Chicago, But she ended up going to New Mexico for a funeral. A family member had passed away. And she came back, and, I found out that's where all our family's at. Cousins, aunts, my mom's family. My mom was born in Santa Fe, New Mexico. But she came back from that trip, and she just straight up said, "We're moving to New Mexico." I was like, "What? We're moving to Albuquerque, New Mexico." And, at the time, there was no cell phones, there was no internet. So I had to base everything off of what I saw on TV. And the only time I have ever heard of Albuquerque was when Bugs Bunny should have made a left turn there.
Yeah.
Right? And I'm looking at Bugs Bunny in like the Wild West, and I watched, I used to love Westerns.
Mhm.
That's how I imagined it. Like, I didn't imagine it being, coming from the city. Is like, man, they haven't built out the West yet, just oblivious to it all, man. But we were, we were all super upset because she was uprooting us from our lives and moving us far away to something that we don't know anything about. And at this point, all this family's saying that they're going to help us and help my mom get back on her feet after the divorce, and she doesn't have to do it by herself. This and that. So sure enough, man, we end up selling stuff, boxing stuff up, then on one last party at the house. Got a U-Haul. One of my cousins flew out from New Mexico to help us drive the U-Haul back. Said bye to my friend Vince, my best friend, and I remember driving, it was a couple days to get to New Mexico, but I remember coming, if you've ever driven to New Mexico, coming from east to west, you go over the mountain pass.
Mhm.
And as we're coming over the mountain pass, man, I just remember seeing desert and this tumbleweed blow across the highway. And I was like, oh my God, dude, what are we getting into? Like, we are moving to the wild, wild west. Yeah, man, we were just all so upset about it, dude. Like, we, if anything, we became more defiant, because we didn't want to leave Chicago. We were all still in that kind of thug mentality when we got to New Mexico. And the gangs in Chicago compared to the gangs in New Mexico were completely different. When I say organized crime to just non-organized crime,
Mhm.
my brother was involved in organized crime, right? New Mexico, it was completely different, man. It was like, yeah, I'm part of 18th Street. Well, you want to get in this gang? All we got to do is jump you in. And it's like, well, don't I got to like meet the higher people? And what happens like if I run, like you don't know anybody. And in those gangs in New Mexico, you're just part of a clique basically.
Yeah.
And there's no organization to them. They were just kind of people just grouping together that kind of came from the same struggles. But me being me, getting to New Mexico, people would tell me, I'm from Southside. I'm like, what's Southside, man? I grew up Folks IG. And so we still, nothing changed. We were just in a different place, man, and not happy. And at this point, my mom had met her second soon-to-be husband. Great guy. I mean, I started calling him dad. He taught me how to fish. He treated me really good. He treated me like a son that he never had. He had two older daughters, or two daughters that were about my age. But he's the one that taught me how to fish, taught me about camping and the outdoors. But the issue with him is he loved smoking weed and he had a past with other drugs. So it was still part of my life. Like there was no getting away from drugs, right? It was still part of my life. And life was going good, man. Like as good as it could. We still weren't rich. We were, I'd still, if I wanted something, I started working at a very young age. At like 12 or 13, I started selling newspapers outside of like Walmart's or a Denny's.
Oh, dang.
And
like extra,
yeah. And I learned really quick that there's newspaper machines all around these buildings. So what I would do was I would sell my first paper, get some change, go to that newspaper machine, put in the change, take that stack of papers out and sell those papers first so I could pocket that money.
Mm-hmm.
Because it was, if it was a regular Saturday paper, I think they'd sell for 50 cents and I'd get 25 cents. On Sundays, if I sold a Sunday paper, they were $1, I would get 50 cents. Well, if I took that stack of papers and I sold those, I get to keep the whole 50 cents and the whole dollar, So I was making pretty good money, man, at like 13 for a 13-year-old, on a weekend, I was making like $100, and at that time it was pretty good,
Yeah, man.
And that, that was instilled in me. Like hard work was instilled in me by like my older brother. He's to this day, man, he's a hard worker. And I see it now through my family too. My middle brother, he eventually stopped smoking weed, joined the Army National Guard, became a police officer. He said, if you couldn't beat him, you may as well join him, right? And he's a very hard worker, man. And he was always a smart guy too, man. But, fast forward a little bit, middle school in New Mexico, not a lot really happened. My parents, my mom and my second stepdad were still together. They ended up splitting up a little ways after I started high school, I want to say. And in high school is when I met my best friend Joe. Joe is a 6'6" skinny white kid. Complete opposites. He came from his family. His mom owns a restaurant, and he came from a good background. Except his parents divorced too, and he was the only child. Very spoiled, very loved. But we both had like that same. We both had hate. You know what I mean? Come to find out, his birthday is August 13th. My birthday was August 9th. We're a few days apart. We both loved to party. We both loved girls. So we hit it off really quick, and yeah, man, he became like my ride or die, man. We did life together. And at that point in my life, my siblings were old enough to buy alcohol. So high school to me at that point became just the hangout spot to prepare for the party. You know what I mean? Like we're planning the party. Whose parents are gone this weekend, where we can have a party and get some money together, and I got siblings that can buy us booze. That was high school for me and my best friend. And if he was a really smart kid, I wasn't. I wasn't. If I ditched, I wasn't trying to make up those grades, or I just never really tried. I guess not saying that I was dumb. I just never really tried. I never really cared to. Um, but yeah, so high school just became this whole party, and that's kind of like where the drinking kicked off, where it was like every weekend, just on the weekends, we were looking for that party, just to hook up with girls and have a good time. And high school keeps going on. At this point, my mom's on her third marriage. She married a truck driver, owner operator. So she would take off on the road, and at this point in my life, I'm the only child at home. Um, Everybody said I was spoiled, because I had my own landline in my phone, my own phone landline in my bedroom. And nobody had that growing up. Was my mom had 5 kids, she couldn't do that, so she spoiled me, the ways that she could. But once again, she was in love. She'd hit the road. They'd be gone for like a week at a time. She'd leave me some money for food and whatever, make sure that there was food in the fridge and for me, and uh, you know, basically adulted at a very young age, and go to school if I wanted to go to school, didn't go to school if I didn't want to. Sure, she'd hear about it eventually, but um, I would usually just take that money and be like, "Hey, I got money for the party this weekend."
Ask, yeah.
Yeah, and she's gone, so the party's at my house. And at that time, my oldest brother, we were living in these. There was like 1-story apartments, and it was 2 rows. We lived on this side, and he lived right behind us with his wife and his kids. And I remember we'd he had bought us a keg for this party that we were throwing, and the landlord, man, this apartment was so tiny, man. And I gotta say, there was at least 50 to 100 people in this tiny apartment, right? And in the back, making all this noise. And the landlord lived across the street. He owned that property. And he came and banged on the door, kicked everybody out. My brother took the keg literally just around the back gate into his house. And me and my buddies, everybody got kicked out. We ended up just going hanging out at my brother's house and drinking over there. And what's funny is my mom came back from that trip, and the landlord told her, hey, your son had a party this weekend, and there was like 100 people in this apartment. And my mom was like, 100 people wouldn't fit in this apartment. She's like, maybe he's over exaggerating, And I was like, yeah, mom, he's over exaggerating. It was like 20 of us, 15 of us just hanging out. Until my middle brother said something about filling up his cup with beer. And she was like, you're filling your cup up with beer. Would you guys have a keg? It was like, oh man, yeah. It was like, yeah, we had a keg. There's a lot of people here, and she was upset, but I think as long as she came home and the house looked like nothing was broken, nothing was damaged, it was clean, it was fine. There was no, I wouldn't get in trouble, man. Like there was times where, um, I would even ask her, hey, I'm not going to school the rest of the day this afternoon. Can you buy me and Joe a couple 40s and just leave them in the fridge for us? And we'll drink there at the house. Like we won't go out. We'll just stay home and drink the 40s. And she would, you know. I think she didn't know that she was I think she was just trying to be a good mom.
Mm.
You know what I mean? Like
trying to keep the peace.
Yeah. As long as I drank at home and I was safe at home, she was better with that than me going out and partying and drinking on the weekends at somebody else's house. If she knew I was at home drinking with like my brothers and my siblings, she was okay with that. She didn't know anything about drugs or any of that stuff. But at this point, my middle brother joined the National Guard, got his life together, stopped smoking weed, and tried out for the Albuquerque Police Department. Got accepted. So as I'm graduating high school, it's like supposed to be my graduation year. I'm a year behind. I'm trying to catch up with my credits and all this stuff, and come to find out that I wasn't going to be able to graduate till the following summer, I just told my mom, like, hey, I'm done. I don't want to do this anymore. Can you just sign me out? I'll go get my GED. The next day, my mom took me to school, signed me out. The next week, I was signed up to take my GED. But so when I was supposed to graduate, my best friend graduated. My brother graduated from the police academy. And at this point in our lives, we had started messing with other stuff, cocaine. And it wasn't like a big deal. We'd do it every once in a while. It helped the party go longer, right?
Yeah, sure.
And I remember being at my brother's graduation party, and we showed up, me and my best friend showed up just wasted with all these cops. All these cops, we're underage, man, and we're just trash, dude. And they're like, hey, man, your brother's buddy is a little wasted like that. You need to get them out of here. So that was like our first beginning of like interaction with law enforcement, and my brother now being a cop, I started to go on ride-alongs with him. I got to meet a bunch of the police officers. So we were still hitting up like high school parties and stuff. And there'd be times where I'd be at a high school party. The police would get called. One of the cops would show up that I knew or that knew my brother. And then be like, hey, man, get out of here. We're about to start citing everybody for underage drinking. So I had that in my back pocket.
Yeah. Okay.
You know what I mean? I had that like, oh, man, I got a free get out of jail free card. You know what I mean? And doing what I do, man, I abused it. I abused it a lot. There'd be times where I should have 5 DUIs on my record. Went to court for 3 of them. 2 of them got dropped because of my brother, and eventually got to the point where he got tired of me dropping his name, and I wouldn't even use his name anymore. It would get to the point where I would get pulled over and they'd be like, call your brother. I'm not calling my brother. You call my brother, and I'd hear him on the phone, just take him to jail. Let him learn his lesson. He needs to learn his lesson. Like my brother finally got tired of it, He started turning his life around. His life was going great. And he was trying to guide me in that, hey, you're better than this, brother. Like, stop. And I wouldn't listen, man. I was still young and naive and just wanted to party. I graduated in 2000. We were supposed to graduate in 2001 in May. I had just broken up with my high school sweetheart. Felt so heartbroken that I needed to get away. So I went and lived with my sister in Kansas. My sister had moved to Wichita. She had moved out there a couple years prior, or a year before. And I go out there for about 6 months. September 11th happens. I remember I was working at Sherwin-Williams Paint Factory. I was working the evening shift. So I was sleeping on the couch in her basement in the morning. And I remember waking up and watching my sister sitting on the ground crying. And I look at the TV and I'm like, what movie is she watching? I'm like, what movie is this? She's like, this isn't a movie. This is happening right now in New York. And I was like, what? And funny story. We had a friend named Ron. His family owned Blake's Slaughterburger, which is a big chain restaurant in New Mexico. And he loved doing coke. He loved to party. He ended up trading one of his Lexuses in for a nice amount of coke. But he also had his pilot's license. And his family had their own little Cessna there in Albuquerque, and he'd use that to fly us out to like Lake Havasu, Utah, and all that. And he'd got murdered. Drug deal gone bad. Right before I left to Kansas, or right after I left to Kansas, right before September 11th. So, and he was he was a good guy to be around, man, but like just wild, he had that mentality that he was untouchable because he had all that money
And a lot of coke and stuff.
and a lot of coke and stuff, but he crossed the wrong people. But in my mind, I'm sitting there thinking like, Ron just got killed. He was a pilot, and now there's airplanes flying into the World Trade Centers. I'm like, dang it, Ron, what are you doing? And at that time, I'm just like taking this all in, and you start hearing about everything that's going on around the world. blowing everything up. I'm still working there at Sherwin-Williams. And the thing with me was I was supposed to join the Marines out of high school. So I was 17. I would have been 17 when I graduated. So the Marines were talking to my parents, to my mom. My mom had signed the paperwork saying that I was able to enlist at 17. This is how far it got, right? Able to sign the contract. My best friend and Joe and I were going to do the buddy program. And that was the plan. That was supposed to be the plan after high school. But because I dropped out, they wouldn't take me because you have to have a high school diploma or so many college credits. Didn't realize that you had to be smart to join the Marines, right? So I always had that how do I say it? Like I always felt like I needed to serve, or I wanted to do something, for our country. Then September 11th happened. Then it was like, oh, I got to do something, right? I remember reaching out to my brother and telling him that I was going to come back to New Mexico and that I was going to go talk to an Army recruiter. So when I got back to New Mexico, after being 6 months away, this is now 2002, early like February. I come back to New Mexico, party, everybody's glad I'm back, partying it up with all my friends, right? How you were talking about earlier, because they knew, and it kind of back to your story, right? How they used you for tattoos.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I was their friend because I had access to alcohol,
Right? Yeah.
right? And at this point now we all got fake IDs, and friends start going away, whatever. But I ended up coming back, and I told my brother that I was going to join the Army, that I really wanted to join the Army because at the time, dude, I would get home from school and I would watch Full Metal Jacket religiously. That was like that movie was like, I'm going to be a Marine because of that movie, dude. I love that movie. And since I couldn't join the Marines, I was like, so what's the next best thing? I can be an infantryman in the Army, And my brother was like, nah, dude, you're smarter than that. Like, you don't need to go through that. He was in the National Guard. I had to kind of, listen to him. And he's like, let's go talk to Air Force recruiter.
What did your brother do in the Guard?
At first his MOS had gone away. It was like something with like missiles.
Okay.
Anti ground to air.
Okay.
And then that went away, and then he ended up getting his commission, becoming a military intelligence.
Oh, nice.
So yeah. So he talked me out of it, took me to Air Force recruiter, took the SFAB, was smart enough to join the Air National Guard there in Albuquerque. I'm at Kirtland Air Force Base. So I sign up, man, and right before I leave, man, I get pulled over for drinking and driving. And I remember, I'm like, that's it. Like, yeah, my dreams of joining the military are over. Well, at the time, my brother's buddy, who was a cop, was married to the senior chief master sergeant that ran Kirtland Air Force Base. He was pretty well known around there, right? He ended up going to court with me and telling him that I had already enlisted, that I have a report date, and the judge told me, she's like, I remember, it's like, you're better off going and getting this training than going to jail, and this will be better off for you. So I'm going to drop all the charges. Good luck to you. And that DUI got dismissed. And I was able to go to basic training, San Antonio, Texas. I thought at that time it was pretty tough, man. It was not like physically tough, but it was mentally demanding.
Well, I imagine because there's all of a sudden there's structure.
Yeah.
Which, while it sounds like, and you and I actually, our stories are very similar. So speaking from my own experience, it sounds like that's probably something that on some level you were definitely looking for,
Yep.
but you may not have known it.
Yep.
And even if you're looking for it, and even if you knew it, like, it's different.
Yeah.
It's different.
Yeah. And the big thing about it, like the physical part wasn't the hard part, right? I'd like to stay in shape, man. And it was more because I wanted girls that like me, You know what I mean? That's the only reason why I really stayed in shape at a young age. And but when I got there, it was like just mentally, because it was, if you take written tests in Air Force basic training, and if you fail a written test and then you take a retest and you fail that, you wash out and you restart, or you go back to the beginning, and you can only do that so many times before they kick you out. And like I said, man, I'm not the brightest guy, man, but with the physical and mental stress that they put on you, and then trying to remember and stay awake, this was like, before PowerPoints were a thing. They would sit there, you'd sit there with your little manual, your book, and they're reading it to you, and you're trying to stay awake through these classes. Yeah, man, it was pretty rough, but I made it through. Got through that. And I ended up going back to Albuquerque, because my tech school didn't start till the summer, and I went to basic training in spring, so I had a split option. So I'd report to my unit, and just kind of do whatever they needed me to do around there, like admin stuff, till I graduated my tech school, which was a traffic management officer. Which is two sides to it. There's the admin side, where you're shipping people's goods, booking people's flights, and then there's the backside, working in a warehouse, packaging hazardous materials, shipping out equipment to Kuwait at the time, and all that stuff. I was on the warehouse side of things.
Okay.
And I really didn't. So I ended up going to tech school. Nothing changed, man. My mentality, I still wanted to party. I still wanted to meet girls. Tech school, I actually ended up getting a letter of reprimand in tech school, and had to report back to my unit with this letter. And actually, so what it was is, in tech school, you have three phases. It was like white phase, yellow phase, and red phase. And during white phase, you had to stay in uniform all the time. You were locked down to that area where the school was at. You couldn't go anywhere else. And you had a curfew, and you had to be in bed. And you'd leave your white slip on your bed whenever you weren't in your room. So if somebody went in and your bed wasn't made, they'd take your white slip and you'd get written up. And then you wouldn't be able to get to the next phase, which is after class, you can put on civilians. You have access to the whole base. If you go off base, you have to be in your dress uniform. So you earn your freedom, basically, right? Well, me being me, I was on the first floor. I would sneak out my window all the time and be gone and go party with everybody that I wasn't supposed to be partying with. And one night they came and checked, and I wasn't in my bed, and they pulled my slip, and I had to answer to the man. And this was right before graduation. So on graduation day, my parents are there, and I have to go get read this letter of reprimand. And as I'm like, my parents are at my graduation, they pick me up, and I'm like, hey, we need to make this stop real quick. It's part of my out processing. They don't know what it's about, but I go in there and I report, and I get chewed out and get told why I'm getting this letter of reprimand, because I wasn't where I was supposed to be, blah, 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 blah. I go back in the car, and we check out and drive back to New Mexico. And then I show it to my unit with this letter, and they're like, oh, man, already because of alcohol. Alcohol is already causing problems with my discipline. Because I just wanted to party, dude, and I wanted to have enough money to party. That's literally what it was. Like, I would work to just go to the club, or work to just make enough to go buy some beer, or go eat something and drink something, That's what I worked for. That's where all my money was going to. It wasn't going towards, yeah, granted, it was going to like some clothes and stuff, but I wasn't saving money for anything. It was all just going to the party. So yeah, man, I get back, and I'm there. I find out, that there's some opportunities to do some active duty. So I sign up for one of them, and I do about 8 months working at the active duty side in the warehouse and the traffic management side. And I really liked it. I enjoyed being part of like not just a weekend warrior and going, actually being around other service members. But it wasn't until I volunteered to become a gate guard to work with the security forces. Um, those dudes, like I originally wanted to be security forces when I joined. I wanted to be a cop because my ultimate goal was to be like my brother. I was kind of chasing his coattails, like enlist, get my life together, become a cop, because I saw it worked for him, right?
Yeah.
So being around those guys, man, I learned that they're all backstabbers, dude. They weren't the same people that were like me that were trying to get away from something. They had a different background. They were there, like the Air Force was more corporate, like to prepare you for the corporate world than it was for anything else. And I didn't feel comfortable around that group of people, man. And there was some racism at the time, um, but there was no room for progression. Um, and at this time, the contractors, September 11th had already happened, so contractors started taking over. Um, and so we had to train up all the contractors. The National Guard, funny story, the National Guard got activated to start working the gates because they started downsizing the security forces elements to start working more the flight lines and going on deployments and stuff, right? So we had to train the National Guard on the gates. And my brother, being in the National Guard, he got activated. His unit got activated. So now he's a police officer. That used to be his beat around Kirtland Air Force Base.
Oh, okay.
And if you've been at any base, the outside of every base is the same, man. There's drugs and not good people,
Yep.
right? So he knows that beat very well around there. And so I ended up having to train him to work the gates as a security. Yeah. And I remember coming into one of my shifts one day, and they're like, "Hey, you're Flip's brother, huh?" I'm like, "Yeah, man." And they're like, "Dude, he's crazy, man. He pulled some dude out of his car last night." Because, as a police officer, if somebody, tries to get away or refuses, you have the right to, detain, whatever. So he had that mentality working at the gate. Well, it's two different laws, man, that you're covered under, right? Well, apparently somebody came through the gate. They refused to show him ID. They were trying to drive off. He grabbed him and pulled him out through the car, which was technically a no-no, but,
Pretty cool, though.
Yeah, pretty cool, though. But yeah, so, and then at that time, the Air Force started downsizing. I think they were looking more for, they wanted people to go active duty. They wanted, um, like I said, the security forces were going away, and I was more part of that than I was part of my MOS at that time. So when I ended up getting back to my unit, I was like, "Hey, man, I'm done. Like, I don't want to do this anymore. Like, I'm not happy doing what I'm doing. Like, I just didn't feel it in my heart. You know what I mean? I knew that I wanted to be. The war was going on, dude, and there was stuff happening overseas that I wanted to be involved with, that I wanted to be a part of, and I just didn't feel like I was doing my part.
Yep.
And then the people that I was around, I didn't like the people that I was around because they weren't like me. They weren't trying to get away from something, you know. And the ones that were, they were brainwashed and became the people that I didn't want to be around. So I actually got out of my contract a little early. And at that time, I ended up, becoming a truck driver. I was driving a
Civilian side?
Civilian side,
Okay.
yeah. I was working for Shamrock Foods, delivering to like restaurants, hotels, and stuff. And even then, it was the money was great. I could have made a life off that, but I just didn't feel it in my heart. And one day after one of my shifts, I just stopped by an Army recruiting office, man. I just popped in there. I'm like, "Hey, man, I'm only thinking about joining the Army. This prior service, Air National Guard." And the dude's ears perked up, and he's like, "Air Force." why would you want to join the army, dude? Like, you have it made. And it's like, nah, man, like, this is what I want to do. And, he started running some stuff. And in my mind, I wanted to be an infantryman. Like, I wanted to be in the fight. But when I went through MEPS and I got to my job, uh, they give you, if you're, I guess some people get one page, some people get multiple pages, depending on your options, and your scores. So I had a few pages to look through, and infantry wasn't one of them. And I remember sitting there with the master sergeant there at the SFAB or the MEPS, and I'm like, look, man, I really want to go infantry. What here, if infantry isn't available, what here, like, which one of these MOSs is like infantry? And he told me something about the Cavalry Scouts. And I'm like, Cavalry Scouts? I'm sitting thinking like cavalry. First, I'm like, Calvary, like the church? And it's like, no, like cavalry, like the horses, I'm like, that's weird. And I start reading through what they do, the snooping and pooping type stuff. He didn't show me the video there, which I thought was pretty funny when I saw it later, because it's absolutely nothing what we do. But I was like, you know what? That sounds pretty cool. They're actually in front, like scouts go in front. They're the eyes and the ears of the battlefield. You pretty much go see where the infantry is going to go and support them while they fight, blah, 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 blah. And I was like, yeah, man, that sounds pretty cool. So yeah, I was like, sign me up, and he gets on the phone. He's like, yep, cool. Yep, sounds good. September 11th, you ship out. It's 2008 at this point, right?
Okay.
It's 2008 now, and I'm like, wow, September 11th, what a date, dude.
Yeah.
And I remember I went back to work the next day, and I was like, hey guys, I'm putting in my notice. I ship out September. I think it was like August.
Oh, okay, so short order.
Yeah, short order. And I'm like, hey man, here's like I'm leaving. Here's my letter of resignation. They're like, okay, cool. Yeah, we'll save your job for you when you get back. And I'm like, that's not the plan. The plan was to join, do an enlistment, really get my life together, and come back and join the police department. Well, still running away from trying not to party, really wanting that discipline, right? So I get shipped out to Fort Sill, Oklahoma for in processing.
Sorry.
Yeah. It's just in processing, right? There's dudes that have been there months. There's dudes that have been weeks. I get there. I do my in processing. Luckily, I was only there a week. And this is where I knew I messed up, dude. They're like, all right, you're getting on a bus, and they're sending me back to Santa Fe, New Mexico for the New Mexico Army the Army National Guard to train me to become a soldier, right? Because I went from Air Force to Army. You still have to do what's called the warrior transition.
Okay, yeah.
Which is it's like their version of basic training.
Yeah, an abbreviated thing. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's not like, well, at least this one wasn't as strict. They just basically teach you how to become an Army soldier, right? They're the terms, the marching, the techniques, and all that stuff are different. So I get there, man. I get on this bus and I go right back to Santa Fe, New Mexico, and I show up to this unit, and it's all my buddies' friends, all the dudes that I've been partying with this whole time, and I'm just like, come on, dude, I can't get away from this, and of course I used it to my advantage. The commander of that unit had gotten his commission with my brother, so he knew who my brother was. My brother showed up. I went through that. It wasn't difficult. It was, I think, like 6 weeks of more just kind of learning the techniques. We still got to shoot the guns. We had to go out to White Sands and Missile Range and spend a week out there and do a week in the field. And group and zero our weapons and all that stuff,
Yeah.
Qualify. All the basic stuff, nothing crazy. But I remember because of my brother, I was allowed to just kind of do whatever I wanted to. Like, the guys would get locked down at night. I would go out into town and have dinner, with some of the guys that were training me. Because they were my buddies, and that's just how the Guard rolled. They weren't like active duty.
Mm-hmm.
They were more on a bro personal scale than
it's
they
a lot
were
of
active duty.
nepotism.
Yeah. But anyway, so I get done. I get done there, and then I end up going to Fort Knox for AIT.
That seems like a good point to kind of put. Let's take a break real quick,
Yeah.
and then we'll jump into, because especially like like you said, you do the what is it, WTC, whatever it's called,
The Warrior Transition Course.
So that's like, yeah, it's your introduction to the Army. But when you get to AIT, that's like is actual full on Army. So it seems like a good kind of spot to put a pin in and pick back up in a minute.
Yeah.
Cool. I want to take just a second to thank you for listening to The Rugged Path. We truly appreciate every person who listens. Now, if I can talk shop for just a second, I've got a favor to ask if you're getting anything out of any of these episodes, and that is to please subscribe on whatever platform you prefer and leave a review. Now, I know everyone asks that, so let me kind of give you a little peek behind the curtain in case you don't understand why everyone asks that. So everything's based on algorithms these days, right? Especially these social media platforms and podcast platforms and things like that. So the more subscriptions and reviews a podcast has, the more that algorithm decides that what that podcast is saying is relevant, and it will therefore push it out to a wider audience. So what that means is, as much work as we do on this end of things, really trying to put together stories that will impact people and bring other people to their faith, you can have just as much of an impact by just subscribing and leaving a review, just letting that algorithm know that what we're doing matters and is having an impact. It'll then push out to a wider audience, and more people will have an opportunity to hear the stories and come to Christ. So if you wouldn't mind doing that, we would greatly appreciate it. Either way, we greatly appreciate you listening, like I said. And if you personally just want to get a little bit more involved, go over to the website. It's theruggedpathpodcast.com and sign up for the newsletter. We'll send something out twice a month, every time there's an episode that releases. And there's just a little bit more extra stuff in there that you might enjoy. Either way, again, thank you sincerely for listening. And if any of these episodes have had an impact on you, or you think would help someone that you know, please share it with them. Okay? Let's get back to it. All right, brother. Back from the break. So we were jumping in. You just went out to AIT. You say Fort Knox?
Yep.
Okay. Awesome.
Yeah. Let me back up just a little bit real quick. So before I joined the Army, is when I started going to a Christian church, non-denominational, there in Albuquerque. And it was because it was this girl that I was dating at the time. Our family was super Christian. They, once again, chasing that loving, caring family, right? Her parents were still together. The aunts, uncles, they get together after church on Sundays and have meals. And I really enjoyed going to those services with them. That was like the first experience that I got of like a Christian non-denominational church, where the pastor he was referring to the Bible, but talking about it in like a UFC match, right? So like I was able to understand what he was talking about. And that was the first time that I was like, I never looked at it that way. I was always just used to listening to this monotone voice talk about the Bible. So that's when I first really got interested in Christian non-denominational churches. But the downside of it was that the family, they would get together after church on Sundays. And this is where I got the first bad taste of the church as well, was they would sit around lunch and talk about the people within the church.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It was like, oh, did you see so-and-so? Oh, yeah, this. You know, they're telling each other, gossiping. Mm-hmm. You know, and I'm like, I didn't think Christians...
Oh, she has got...
Yeah. It's like, oh, I can't believe she's here with that other dude and blah, blah. And it's like, you know, and I'm just like, are you Christian or are you not Christian? You know, because in my eyes, like, if I'm Christian, we're not supposed to be doing that, right? But then it made me realize, like, okay, well, yeah, broken people need to go to church, right?
Yeah.
But they were a very loving family, and they had, they had the faith, but then they would do that, and that's when I started going to church with them. And the first time that, now looking back, where God really, like, he guided me to get into, he guided me to get into the Army to put me where I'm at, right? Now looking back, because I had focused on him for that little bit of part of my life, right? Not saying that not a complete surrender. I didn't go up there and, you know, just, I didn't complete surrender. I just knew that God, the faith was there.
Yeah, that's the thing, man. He'll use whatever you give him.
Yeah.
So
and he showed it, and he always has, man. And it's crazy now looking back, how blind I was to it all, right? So yeah, he guided me through that and got me into the Army, got me to where I needed to be, right? So I just wanted to make sure that I got that out, because that's when I knew that I was not going to go back to Catholic churches. Like, I really enjoyed the sermon, being able to relate with it.
Yeah. Yeah, the understanding of
it, right? And so yeah, so now I'm at Fort Knox. I'm what you call an insert. I'm not a basic trainee that just graduated basic training. I'm prior service, so I show up as an E4. So I have some rank. And there's about 8 of us that were prior service from different backgrounds, right? And some of these guys came with me from Santa Fe to Fort Knox. 2 in particular, one, Nathan Golnitz. He was prior service Navy, crossed over, and I can't remember the other dude's name, man. But the 3 of us ended up kind of going the same path. Ended up in the same unit, same everything.
Oh, cool.
Jason Finnemore, that's his name. So if you see this, Jason, what's up? He's retired now too. Yeah, so we get to Fort Knox. There's a group of us, and then a staff sergeant shows up as an insert. So we get to Fort Knox while they're still in basic training. They're not even in AIT yet. So the drill sergeants are like, we don't know what to do with you guys. Like, you guys are ready. You don't need basic training.
So Cav is an OSUT thing then?
Yeah.
Okay.
So they're like, hey, staff sergeant, this is your guys' floor of the barracks. First formation is this time. Chow formation is this time. And then final formation is at this time. The rest of the time, they're yours. Continue to train them to be scouts, right? Well, this dude didn't know anything about being a scout. He just knew about being in the Army. And, as a staff sergeant, I want to say, I don't even think he was combat arms prior, but, he would teach us flanking, formations, and stuff like that. So we were kind of like our own little group within the basic training. And the drill sergeants never really messed with us. And that kind of bled over to the OSET side. Once they did graduate, once they started their actual AIT, they would use us as training aids. So anytime they'd be like, hey, well, this is going to be my MOS. Like, I need to know this stuff. They're like, you'll learn this at your unit. They'll teach you this at your unit. Right now, it's just, help these guys get through this. Unless it was communications or weapon systems, we got hands-on, right? So I got hands-on Mark 19s, 240s, 50 cals, all the cool guns, big guns. But when it came to like field exercises, we were their training aids. We would go out there, we would just stay in our tent, and they'd call us out whenever they needed us. Everything was, you'll learn this at your unit. So coming into the Army, I was like, I was still calling everybody sir, because that's what you call everybody in the Air Force, sir, ma'am. Doesn't matter if they're enlisted or not. And I made the mistake of kept calling the drill sergeant sir, and learned very quick to stop saying that. but yeah, it was what it was. So we had a lot of free time. We had our cell phones. They didn't take our phones from us. Um, I had my laptop, so throughout the day we were able to still communicate back home and have that connection back home. Um, unless we were in the field or actually doing some kind of training. Well, towards the end of training, the I want to say it was like 6 weeks, 8 weeks, something like that. Um, we all started getting our orders, and every E form below insert got orders to Korea. And at first, I was super stoked. I have a thing for Asian women. I love the culture. I loved all that, and I was like, dude, I'm going to Korea. This is gonna be awesome. And I started hearing stories like how much it's a party town and like you'd have a great time, but there's a curfew. You have to be in your barracks. And then somebody was like, the fastest way to make sergeant is to show up as a staff sergeant. And I'm like, what are you talking about? And then I started hearing all the bad stuff about it. Like, yeah, there's a curfew. You have to be in your barracks at this time. Um, you know, and I started thinking to myself, well, the whole reason why I joined was to try to get away from that, right? I didn't want to party like that anymore. I kind of had that taste of faith, right? And I kind of wanted to start doing better in life. So I asked around and I got to talk to one of the drill sergeants and asked him, like, how can I get out of these orders? How, is there any way I can change this? And he's like, well, the only thing you could really do is drop an airborne packet. And I'm like, an airborne packet? I was like, jump out of airplanes? It's like, yeah, man. The only time I'd ever been on an airplane at that point was when I flew to basic training in the Air Force. I'd never flown before in my life. And that gave me anxiety. Sure, yeah. So now they're telling me the only way to get out of going to Korea is to go to airborne school and possibly jump out of airplanes. I'm like, oh, man, I was like, well, that's one step closer to like Ranger School or one step closer to, doing some cool stuff. So I was like, you know what? Screw it, man. I put in my airborne packet, and I want to say like 6 other dudes put in their airborne packets, and the one guy that didn't ended up going to Korea, and the rest of us went to airborne school right after AIT. So we get to Fort Benning, me, Lynette's, Fenimore, scouts. Some of the other guys were going somewhere else. The higher ranking dudes, the E5s, E6, they were going somewhere else, but some of them went to airborne school as well. You get to airborne school, man. But at the time, you weren't allowed to drink unless, you weren't allowed to drink if you were jumping within 24 hours. The 24-hour rule was still a thing. But on the weekends, if you weren't jumping or anything like that, you can come and go. We would get a hotel room and go party. We were drinking during the week. They had the little arcade billiards room there at Fort Benning on the airborne side. We'd go after school. They even had the brewery there. They had just opened up that brewery where the Mexican restaurant's at. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and we would go there, and we wouldn't get intoxicated, like completely drunk, but we would get buzzed, and then we'd go back to the barracks, crash out for the night, and go run our 5 miles or whatever they had us do, run all day. Ended up, second jump. I remember I jumped out of one C-130 was my first jump, and then the rest were C-17. So I got lucky.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I got lucky. But I remember my second jump, man, and I was just talking about this because we're where I'm working now. I'm working with a bunch of old paratroopers, right? And we're talking about hitting thermals. And my second jump, I remember hitting a thermal, and I was maybe a buck 75, buck 80 then, and everybody's on the ground and I'm still up in the air, just kind of floating, not really moving, but just like floating. And I'm like, what is going on? And like, I'm sitting here tugging on one riser, another riser. And then eventually slowly I start descending. And I was like, man, that was really weird. I don't know about that, this airborne stuff. Right. But I thought it was pretty cool getting over my fears, getting in an airplane and actually jumping out. The first the majority of my jumps were night jumps. My eyes were closed, you know. But yeah, I get through airborne school. Me, Fenimore, and Lynette's get orders to Fort Bragg, and we're all going to 2nd Brigade. When we get to Fort Bragg, the staff sergeant that was in charge of us at Fort Knox he reported straight to Fort Bragg because he was already a paratrooper. So he was there. He had an apartment across the street from Hooters there in Yadkin. And we got there. I think we had like 5 days to report. We ended up getting there, and I ended up staying with him for a few days, checking out the area and whatnot before we started in processing. And while we were in processing, I found out that 2nd Brigade is on GRF. And at the time, I was like, what's GRF? You know, they're the Global Response Force. They can deploy anywhere in the world within 18 hours, be boots on the ground, and, you know, do the paratrooper thing. And in my mind, I was like, dude, that sounds awesome. You know, like that, like I could be anywhere in the world. If something kicks off, like first one, right? So in my mind, I'm thinking that's the coolest thing until I start talking to people that are in 2nd Brigade, and they're like, nah, it's not cool, man. Like, we pretty much just train this whole time. You're in the field. You're not allowed to drink. Your blood alcohol content can't be above, 0.04 when you show up, because if you got to jump, you can't have alcohol in your system, right? And I'm like, well, I guess that's kind of what I asked for, right? Some more discipline. So then I report to my unit. Now I'm 25 years old. I'm living in the barracks with a bunch of kids who just want to party, man. And I do what I do, man. I end up being like that big brother. I'm the guy that's supplying the booze, partying there on the weekends. And it's like, hey, we're not supposed to be drinking, but as long as you show up to work and you do what you got to do, you're fine, right? Most of the time you get told if there's going to be a recall for some kind of training event, right? We'd get told, hey, we're going to do this field exercise, and we're going to go through the motions as if we were getting recalled to go do this 18-hour operation to deploy. But yeah, man, nothing changed. You know, it was just a party, except now it was like I'm running 5 miles every day, more physically fit. And the running joke was, let's see who can drink the most and party the hardest and run the furthest and longest the next day without puking. And whoever puked or threw up, you're buying, you know?
Mm-hmm.
So it was more of like a badge of honor of see who can drink the most and go the hardest at work, right? So I get there, man, and, you know, I'm starting to get integrated, and I really don't know what a scout is, what we do, right? Everybody just got back. 2nd Brigade had just gotten back from Task Force Falcon, where they were basically kicking indoors and not doing scout stuff. They were doing infantry tactics, right? So when I got there, that's basically what they were teaching me: how to clear and enter buildings, clear and enter rooms. Not so much focusing on like gunneries and like the reconnaissance stuff that we do. It was more the, you know, clearing rooms and stuff, because that's what all the guys knew. That's all they did the last 18 months on deployment. Well, as an E4, I got there and they're like, hey, man, we got some slots for WLC, the Warrior Leaders course at the time. And that's the school that you go to, you know, if you're going to get promoted to sergeant or to start becoming a leader, get put in leadership positions. So I remember within like 2 months of being in the Army, or like being at my unit, I get sent to this leadership school where I don't know anything about my MOS. I really don't know what it's like to be a scout. I know that I'm a paratrooper and I know how to jump out of airplanes. And I get sent to this leadership school. And at the time, it was literally right across the street, because I was living at the Mod Village back in the day at Fort Bragg. Mm-hmm. And it was right across the street by the shopette, but we were on lockdown. You lived there. You'd get there, and I remember getting there, and it was like reading a map, the basic reading a map, land navigation skills as a Scout, that's like our bread and butter. That's like where I learned how to do land nav. Like I was not a good leader as a scout, right? I was just like those other soft skill MOSs that were going through trying to learn. Um, and I learned quite a bit there. And I was like, yeah, this is how you're going to be counseling your soldiers and blah, blah. I'm like, counselings? I've been in my unit 2-3 months and I haven't even been sat down out once,
Wow.
like what's a counseling packet? Um, so yeah, I learned pretty quick, about leadership and whatnot. So graduated the Warrior Leaders course and I get back to my unit and, we, we're doing the thing. Um, and here in my mind, I'm thinking as the contingency response force, right? The global response force. I'm thinking in my mind, we only would respond to enemy type situations. Like we would jump into combat scenarios. Never thought anything about humanitarian, that they would use us for humanitarian. Um, so now it's like 2010, January. We're coming back. We're showing up to PT in the morning in PTs, and they're like, "Hey, go back to the barracks, put your uniforms on, and turn your cell phones in when you come in." It's like, well, what's going on? We get to the barracks and we heard something about an earthquake hitting Haiti. There was some other stuff going on. And I was like, nah, we wouldn't be going to Haiti, dude. Like, that's not what we do, right? Well, go figure. It was a pretty devastating earthquake, 2010. Um, sure enough, we get called up. The president sends the 82nd to go help with this humanitarian mission. Um, my my unit 173 Cav, the infantry guys got sent out first. They were boots on the ground within 18 hours. Um, we didn't know what we were getting ourselves into, so we cleared out the whole arms room, man. We took everything with us. Mark 19s, 50 cals, like, this could go from a humanitarian mission to, what Haiti was years before, where they were getting ready to jump in.
Mm-hmm.
Um, so we get there, man, or we're flying out to Haiti, and I remember the pilots circling around the airport there in God, I'm trying to think of the name, Port-au-Prince,
Okay.
Port-au-Prince, and we're flying over the airport, and it's just jam packed, dude. Like the runway is just filled with aircraft, and then we start flying away, and they call my first sergeant up to the cockpit. And he comes back and announces, hey, we're not going to be able to land in Haiti because of the runways like overran right now. There's no room for us, so we're going to have to make a pit stop. And he didn't say where, but there was rumor, there was some guys that were trying to go out, weren't able to land. They were landing in Puerto Rico or they stopped in Florida, and they did like an overnight there. Well, our Air Force pilots were like, oh, we're right by St. Croix, Virgin Islands. Let's go there. So we land. And in my mind, I'm sitting there thinking, like, dude, we have all this equipment with us, all this gear, all our weapon system nods, all this sensitive equipment. We're going to have to stay here and guard this, right? Um, well, there was Air Force Security Forces was on that flight with us. And that was the first time that I was like, dude, I'm glad I'm not him, because he got tasked to guard the aircraft. And they're like, hey, yeah, we're going to go, there's buses on the way and we're going to go stay somewhere because we're not going to be able to take off tonight or today. So we're in the Virgin Islands now, man. It's beautiful out. We're going down these windy roads. You see the ocean. It's beautiful. And in a distance, you see this huge resort. And I'm like, man, that's probably where the officers are going to end up staying, like the higher enlisted and the officers. And they're going to put us somewhere crappy because that's what they do, right? They put us in the cheapest place. Well, there was nowhere else for us to stay. So the resort was the only place for us to stay. They're like, hey, if you got a GTC, come up to the front. They put it all on government travel cards. Our first sergeant was a bit of an alcoholic himself. He's like, hey, we don't know how long we're going to be here. And we don't know if this is going to be the last time you're going to have a drink or when the next time you're going to be able to drink. If you're old enough to drink, drink responsibly. Next formation is tomorrow morning at this time, team break. Everybody goes and drops their stuff in the room, hits up the little surf shop that they got there, buys their board shorts, tank tops. Everybody looks the same. We're all wearing the same shorts, same tank tops from the little shop there. And there's this casino. There's a casino at this resort. We walk by the first sergeant's table. Everybody's dropping beers off at the first sergeant. Like, yeah, thanks for letting us drink. And dude, we ended up time went on, man. Ended up meeting some representative from Virginia. I guess she was there. I don't know if she was partners with that place or what, but she ended up pulling, like those mobile bar carts with ice. She pulled one of those out because I ended up telling her, I was like, yeah, we're with the 82nd. We're on our way to Haiti. We just couldn't land and whatnot. So we're going out to help with this humanitarian mission. And she's like, well, this cart of liquor here is for you guys. She just was like, oh, we weren't expecting that. So now we got Crown Royal, like all this liquor, and being paratroopers, we drank it all. And at the casino, you gamble, you get free drinks. So me and my buddy, I go show him how to play roulette, how to play blackjack. But time went on, man. And I remember we get back to the room and he's puking in the toilet. We got to be up in like 2 hours to be at formation. Banging on the doors coming down the hallway, right? Formation. Everybody's late to formation. Nobody's showing up to formation. We get to formation. The Air Force pilots didn't even, nobody showed up.
Wow.
And first sergeant's kind of like, well, if the Air Force isn't here, we can't go anywhere without our pilots. So be back here in like 5 hours once we figure everything out. Go back, get some food in us. Like, we're still hung over, dude. And we're getting ready to get back on the aircraft. We take the buses back to the flight line. And we're getting back on this aircraft, dude. And everybody's just struggling, dude. Like, everybody. And here we are again, circling Port-au-Prince. And it's like, oh, please, God, don't let us land. Like, let us go back. Let us go back to the Virgin Islands, And sure enough, we land, dude. And I remember the back door dropped and just the heat and the smell of just death overtook that plane. And looking down, there's just a bunch of news reporters with cameras like the 82nd is here, cheering, blah, blah, blah. And we got all our weapon systems, our A bags, our B bags, our C bags are on pallets. We're on the opposite end of the flight line. We're like, hey, we need to get all the way over there. And we're carrying all this equipment, dude. And there's dudes falling out, like dropping, just hung over, throwing up from the smell and just the hungoverness. And it's like, the 82nd showed up. Yeah. It's like, oh, dude, we're hurting, So we get there, man. We get settled in and, man, that was my first taste of like human death at that magnitude, man. Everywhere you went, man, it was just buildings crumbled, body parts, babies, like adults everywhere, just dead side of the street. Yeah, man, it was pretty bad.
You weren't expecting that, I bet.
No, it was not. When I really didn't know what to expect, man. We just knew it was an earthquake, and we heard that it was bad. But then we start pushing out, and my platoon gets tasked to go hold up this. It's at a university, and we take up like the orchestra room, like there's a stage, and we're staying in this building. And we set up triple strand C-wire. There's a basketball court. So we're pulling security around this. And on this huge soccer field is just people waiting, like injured, dying, pregnant, wanting food, no water, asking us for food and water. And it's like, well, we're not here to bring food and water. We're here to, like, our medics were there. We're helping, we're setting up a first aid camp type thing. So we had civilians with us. I think my medic helped deliver probably like 20 babies while we were there. It was crazy. But they were all asking for food and water. It's like I'm barely getting water, and we're down to 1 MRE a day. You know, um, the Fiji water, the big pallets of Fiji water. If you got caught drinking that, that was an automatic Article 15. That was for them, not for us, right? That's how bad it was. We got down to, it's like we don't know when we're gonna get resupplied, so 1 MRE a day. So we're sucking too. And that first night in that building, I remember I had just gotten off my guard shift, and I went in to go lay down. And as I'm laying down, it's just my sleeping bag on the floor. And I felt like somebody was shaking me to wake me up. I'm like, man, I just got off my guard shift. What's going on? And I open my eyes and I see the ceiling doing this. It's the aftershock of the earthquake, and it's like a 7.2 aftershock. We all just jump up and beeline for the door, right? Get out. We had Army engineers come and check out the building. They're like, oh, yeah, this building's sturdy, Later on, civilian engineers came in and they're like, yeah, I wouldn't stay in here, man. The asbestos in the ceiling, and this building's not going to be around much longer. Like, there's just cracks in the foundation, But that's where we were living for the first couple, I want to say it was like the first 2 weeks. And once we started getting the tent set up, the medical facility set up, and, we ended up setting up, there was a gate in the front where if you were inside of the gate, you were going to get seen that day. And then outside was like the parking lot to the soccer field. And that's where everybody was camping, waiting to come in. We had an interpreter with us, and they speak French Creole. I spoke Spanish, so some French words I could understand, but not very well. But once we actually got established, that front gate, we would have to have a security guard there to make sure, nobody was trying to push in, just to keep control of everybody, basically. And one night I'm out there and I look out into the parking lot, man, and I see these 3 men holding this woman, like struggling to hold this woman down. And one of them is saying something like repeatedly over and over and over. And I call my interpreter and I'm like, hey, man, come here. What is going on out there? Like, do we need to help that lady? And he's like, no, they're just doing an exorcism. And I was like, what? Like, I've seen enough movies that, like, if that demon comes out, it's got to go somewhere. And it's not going to come this way, And I just ran off, man. I ran to the bag and I was like, holy cow, dude. Like, what is going on? And that's when I learned that Haitians, they deal with a lot of witchcraft. They believe in a lot of witchcraft type stuff. The shrunken heads, all that stuff. Like the voodoo is big down there. And then that area that we were in, all these kids are wanting to come up and give you hugs and like thank us for being there. And, you're trying to be as sympathetic as you could towards these people. And, we're hugging all these kids, shaking their hands. And then we get told, hey, man, like, make sure you're wearing gloves, PPE, whenever you're in contact with them. Like, this area has the highest rate for STDs and HIVs, the biggest one. So it was like, you want to interact with these people, but you also don't want to contract anything, right? And I remember I was now working the inside gate where they would, after they would get seen, the inside gate to go into one of the tents to be seen by the medical. And this is like, and just embedded in me, man, is this old lady pushing this wheelchair with, I want to say, like an 8 or 9-year-old girl. She's in this wheelchair. Her shin is just split wide open, and it's green and disgusting. And as she's coming up to the gate, she lifts her hand to tell the lady to stop. And I'm standing there watching, I'm about to tell them to come through. She tells the lady to stop. She gets up out of this wheelchair and just wraps her arms around my waist, man. And I didn't have kids at the time. Like, I had nephews and nieces, but that was like, I started tearing up, man. And it was like, I know why we're here. This is why we're here. We're here to help these people. We're not here for war. We're not here for, we're here to help them. And that still sticks with me to this day. It's like you go to these third world countries, man, and you start realizing how good we have it here. And the rest of that trip, man, it was like, we're here to help, whatever we can do to help. We ended up, once that place got established and it was, they had their own security, we ended up becoming security for the big trucks that would show up with rice and the 3-meal MREs. I forget what they're called. But it's like the Arctic MREs that have the big meals, So they would be handing those out, and we would just be kind of like riot control, like keeping people back. That was our next mission. And then we get ordered to one of the hotels. There was a colonel, Air Force colonel, that was missing. He was there, TDY. He was staying at that hotel, and he was missing. So some of our dudes got tasked to go help dig that out, dig through the rubble and try to find him. And some of the times you'd see some rubble, you see like you think somebody needs help, you go to think you're going to pull a body out, man. You're just pulling out an arm or a limb. And it could be a kid, man. It could be adults, man. It was hard, man, but it's very humbling. And every time I think about it, man, I always come back to like how lucky we are and how good we have it here in the States, right? But yeah, man, it and that just continued, man. We kept doing that for I think it was like 6 weeks, 7 weeks.
What was your faith looking like at that point?
I wasn't. I had faith, but I wasn't praying every day. Okay. I didn't, like, my relationship with God wasn't there. Like, I had faith. I wasn't praying over everybody.
Sure.
Like, if that were to happen now, like that, I'd be praying religiously. But I don't. I remember saying a couple prayers out there, but not to the extent of like,
Were they prayers for you or for other people?
For the people.
Okay.
For the people. Yeah. We ended up doing some medevacs too, air medevacs. We helped quite a bit, to the point where the security element was no longer needed. They just needed the sustainment part, right? So 2nd Brigade ended up staying there for, I think, like 10 months, but we were only there for maybe 8 weeks. And towards the end of it, I felt like there was a lot more we could have done.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, it's like, that's sustainment, supply.
Yeah.
They got that, right? So we ended up coming back, man. And, just like every other deployment, you come back to your normal life. You still think about some of the stuff that happens there. And eventually you get back in the groove of things. And it's like, you're still thankful for what we have, but it's not the forefront of your mind anymore.
Yeah. So the reason I asked you about where your faith was there wasn't to put you on the spot or anything. It's because there's a parallel there with how Jesus treated people. When he would heal lepers, he would reach out and touch them, which is like, you don't do that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You're gonna get the cooties.
Yeah.
And he just no, I'm here. This is what I'm here for.
Yeah.
And so anyway, there's just kind of a parallel there, especially when you're talking about the little girl with the gangrene and all that stuff. And I just was curious if that registered to you at all.
It didn't then. But like I said, now where I'm at with my faith, I can go all the way back to the beginning and see where God had his hand in everything.
Isn't that wild?
It is. And just how we walk around so blind and oblivious to it is beyond me. you know, and now it's like, yeah, man, that was all God. We were the ones, my platoon and my troop actually, we had, when we got to Haiti, we had it the worst. We were living in the worst conditions in that facility. Everybody else was up at the tennis courts at a country club on the on top of this hill overlooking all of Haiti. And when we got there, we were like, this is how you guys are living, dude? Like, this is nice, you know? And that's where we really saw like the pallets of Fiji water. I remember it was Super Bowl Sunday. The chaplain was able to get approval for us to have some Fiji water, and somewhere somehow they got some steaks, and they cooked up steaks, and they put up the big screen, and we were able to watch part of the Super Bowl while we were out there. Sean Penn was literally, after we were done with that, we moved to the tennis courts. Sean Penn moved in right next to us with his whole crew. I forget Ozzy Osbourne's son's name, Jack Osbourne. I remember, you know, this is when we got issued our bug nets. They're just like pop-up tents, but it's a bug net because the bugs out there. I mean, I remember seeing tarantulas out there, dude, and I was like, oh. You know, just thinking about it. But I remember waking up one morning and looking over the side of the fence and seeing Jack Osbourne, like these two beautiful models coming out of his tent. And I'm just like, they're always over there grilling. They have like a couple of the Haitians cooking for them. They had a whole bar set up. And it was like,
it's a different experience.
Oh, yeah. And then Sean Penn, and I hope he sees this because I will never forget this. He had the audacity to tell our brigade commander, that he felt uncomfortable with us looking into his AO. And then, before we left, wanted a picture with all of us. So, of course, we took that picture with him. And I remember one of the things is he was like an anti-gun guy back here in the States. But everywhere he went out there, he had a revolver tucked in his pocket. And it was like, dude, man, one, I'm hating because you got it nice over there. Two, like, so what if we're looking over there? Like, it's a tennis court, dude. It's a fence between us.
Also, you play make-believe for a living.
Yeah.
Get over yourself. That's something children do.
Yeah, you know, and granted, he did do a lot of work there. I'll give him that. He did do a lot. He did bring a lot of aid. I got to meet like one of the writers from what was the spinoff from Family Guy?
American Dad.
Not American Dad. It was the black show.
That was a funny show too.
Yeah.
What is his name? Anyway.
Yeah, I know
what you're talking about.
I got to meet one of the writers from that show. Like, we went out with them. We took them out because they did a lot of aid out there too. So we were escorting them, providing security for them. Got to meet at the time, it was like I forget what the name of the water was, but it was like the first time that like flavored healthy water was coming out.
Oh, like the Propel or whatever.
Yeah, somebody that created that, you know. So we got to meet some interesting people out there and work alongside some interesting people. But yeah, I'll never forget, man, that him telling our commander that he felt uncomfortable with us looking at us. Like, man, get over yourself, bro. We're over here sucking, you know, living same socks, showering with E. coli water. Like, the first shower I got, I was super excited. It was freezing cold. And then I got told, hey, man, don't use that water over there because that's full of E. coli. I was like, oh, gee, thanks. And don't touch the Fiji water because that's not for us. That's for them. And granted, they needed it more than we did. But, like, if we're here to help, we can't help you if we can't take care of ourselves.
Valid, yeah.
We're drinking some, like, water. You know, water specialists came out and they started treating the water. So we were drinking like bleach water. We were showering in bleach water. We were still 1 MRE a day, kind of thing, you know? And it was like, we were sucking pretty bad, dude. But like, we understood, you know, they were sucking a lot worse, but we were able to get the job done, what we needed to. And we ended up, you know, we left when we needed to leave, the security element. And we came back. But what was crazy about that was before we got called up on GRF, we were supposed to come down on orders to deploy to Afghanistan. But because we got called up on GRF, those orders went to the 101st. And that deployment, from my understanding, was one of the worst deployments that the 101st had in Afghanistan. They got tore up pretty bad. And after we get back from Haiti, my buddy Lynette's that went through WTC and all that stuff with him, prior service Navy. He's like, I'm done being a paratrooper. He hated jumping, dude. He hated jumping. He'd be behind me and he's like, dude, at least I got my security blanket here with me, like, I got you, man. I remember we got done with one jump and we landed, and I remember he was in front of me, and the last thing I remember seeing is his eyes looking dead at me as he's exiting the door, falling out. And I'm like, holy cow, dude. And as I'm exiting, that's the last thing I remember seeing because it was dark. Two, like, I'm wondering if he's alive because the static line was like around his neck. I get down on the ground and I find him, and he's like laying there. He's like, dude, my neck just burns so bad. He's like, I don't know what's wrong with my neck. And, I had my light, and I switched from red light. I was like, it doesn't look too bad. And I switched from red light to white light. Dude was burnt ear to ear with second degree burns from his static line.
Wow. It's like he didn't get towed, man.
Yeah. And it was like, and for him that was enough. Like, he was like, I'm done being a paratrooper. He's like, I'm going. I forgot where he went. I think he went to Washington for a while, and then eventually got orders to the 173rd to become a paratrooper again. And this was, since we got back from Haiti, now it's 2011, we got orders to Iraq. So we go back to JRTC over at Fort Sill, or not Fort Sill, sorry, Fort Polk. And we're doing some training, and I remember one of my buddies came up to me, man, and he's like, hey, dude, I don't know if you heard. He's like, I'm sorry, man, but I don't know if you heard. He's Lennox got killed in Afghanistan. And I'm like, what are you talking about? It's like, yeah, him and one of the old Bravo troop guys were out on patrol, and they got hit with a S-vest. And it was like, nah, man, I didn't hear about that. It was like, pulled up Facebook, and sure enough, it was all on there. And that was the first friend that I lost in the military, And granted, I wasn't with him, but he was a good dude, man. He had a wife, beautiful kid, and yeah, man, that was pretty hard. Just going through that, finishing that train up, knowing that we were getting ready to go to Iraq. So yeah, that was more stuff to deal with, right? and as like men are, the way I was raised was suck it up and drive on, man. It's like, all right. And so now I got a purpose. Now we're going to Iraq. It's the same war on terrorism, This is for Lynette's. So yeah, man, we finished our training up, and then we end up going to we come back, do our thing, end up going to Iraq. Our mission is advise and assist. And we're supposed to be training the Iraqi forces in Al-Assad Air Base. And when we got there, dude, I was like, man, it's like Al-Assad, one, had not been attacked or bombed in like years, since like the beginning of the war. It was one of the safest places you could be in Iraq. They had an indoor swimming pool. They had a bus system to take you from the shopettes and all that stuff, So life was pretty good when we got there, man. But my platoon sergeant was like, hey, man, you guys don't get too comfortable. Like, just don't unpack all your stuff, It's like, all right. So we start training the Iraqi Special Forces, or Iraqi forces, right? And we're teaching them small arms. small arms weapons, and then moving up to machine guns. And me growing up shooting at a gun range, I was always good with a pistol. So I was always like the pistol guy in the platoon. I had the opportunity to go through Tiger Swan, which was they had a pistol carbine course that they developed that I was able to go through before we deployed. So I was kind of what the commander would call the gun fu master. I carried the what was it, the M16 sniper rifle. When was it the M16, M14, M18? It was a bolt action rifle.
Okay.
The only one that the whole troop got, I was the one that carried it because I was the one that was trained most with shooting. I had gone to God, what's it called? It's an advanced shooting course. Basically, it's the same course Marines go through to graduate basic training. We shoot iron sights up to 500 meters and qualify with iron sights, and then switch to optics. And it's a pretty tight shot group. So I had gone through all these shooting schools that to get better at what I like to do. So I was the one carrying that. I'm the one teaching pistol to the Iraqi forces. Everything's going good, man. And then stuff starts happening around Iraq, around the area. IEDs at the time. What were they called? Oh man, what are those? They would.
This is when 2010, you said?
Yeah,
so
11.
2011. So EFPs were a big thing.
EFPs.
Okay.
EFPs, and then they started doing those little handheld rocket projectile things. So EFPs were a big thing, and EFPs were going off, and we were telling our partners, hey, you guys need to go out and do more patrols. No, we can't do that. It's like, so they refused to do these patrols. They refused to do their job. They just wanted us to train them. And I don't know, politics, whatever. They're like, hey, we're not training them anymore. If they're not going to, do their job, then we're not going to train them. So my platoon sergeant was right, man. He's like, don't get comfortable. I was like, so where are we going? It's like, we're going to Baghdad. It's like, oh, man. All right. What are we going to do in Baghdad? The one thing that they told us that we would not do is route clearance. And 2011 is when they switched. They had just switched from, what was it, OIF to New Dawn.
Okay.
So the operation had changed. So when the operation changed, the whole engagement criteria, all that changed. And it was the drawdown. So here we are, MSR Tampa, Baghdad area, living in this little cop, just my troop, pulling our own security, going out on patrols, linking up with our partners at the time. And then once again, man, I look back at this and I'm like, I look at how God had his hands in things, man, because that deployment could have been a lot worse. We could have gotten to a lot more heat. We would take indirect rockets. I got, you hear the crack of a bullet. That happened to me a couple times. I never once had to fire my weapon that whole deployment. And I started off as a gunner and ended up becoming a section sergeant. So I took over a truck, a TC. But that whole deployment, like we would go out, do patrols with our counterparts, provide overwatch as you're watching everybody drive out of Iraq to Kuwait. The one thing that they told us that we wouldn't be doing, provide overwatch. That's what we were doing. But then we'd go out with our partners at night, we'd go check stuff out. We'd go clear some buildings, nothing, soft targets, nothing crazy. But never had to pull the trigger, man. The worst thing I had to deal with was getting shot at a couple times and dodging some rockets,
Did that bother you at all? Or were
yeah, man.
Happy? Okay.
Oh yeah, because, we spend all that time training, to clear buildings, the, shoot, don't shoot type scenarios. And do all this, and now we're watching everybody leave. It ended up being not what I expected it to be, and I felt some resentment that it wasn't, but at the same time, it was me comparing my situation to other people's situations. You know, the hardest and scariest thing was, you know, getting rocketed, not knowing if you're going to die, not being able to defend yourself. You know, at least in the gunfight, I'd be able to defend myself. Rockets, man, there's nothing you could do. You know, hit the ground, go to the bunker, hope it doesn't hit you. Hope that the what is that? The Falcon gun or
The intercept thing.
yeah, the interceptor. You know, takes care of it before it hits you. But yeah, that was really the worst part. And I think the only thing that happened in that deployment is one of the infantry companies from 2nd Brigade got hit on a convoy with the EFP, and we lost one guy. I think that whole deployment. But other than that, man, like, you know, we were going into these towns that, like, right before everything switched to New Dawn, they were just shooting every day. You'd drive through. I mean, it looked like in the movies, man. Bullet holes everywhere, run down buildings, just, you know, like war had just happened there. And we drive through these same streets, man, and nobody would pop off. You'd see some people kind of doing, you know, with phones, and they'd run off. You couldn't engage them. You know, before we left, remember,
That was the sofa thing, wasn't it?
yeah,
Okay.
you know, if you're being observed, that's a reason to engage, right? Now we're under these very strict rules of we couldn't even show our weapon system unless you were in direct contact. Convoys, you never used to be able to let vehicles within your convoy. Me as a gunner, and I was a platoon sergeant's gunner, so I was always in the back. I didn't care, man. I flexed my was it a Mark 19? I flexed it at any vehicle that tried passing us and to keep that distance from us. I didn't allow them in our convoy, but we weren't allowed to do that. You know, they were allowed. The Iraqis were able to maneuver and, you know, come between our convoys if they wanted to, which to me was pretty scary. You know, understanding what I was getting into from what had just previously happened before us getting there, right? And all the stuff that had happened prior. But yeah, man, nothing popped off. And at that point, I guess, you know, the Iraqis learn patches. They learn patches. They know whose soft targets are and what patches do what. And, you know, one of the times when the 82nd was there, man, they tore that place up, man. And, you know, 18 months they were there just tearing stuff up. So I think they learned, you know. So when we go back there with the 82nd patch, they were like, okay, these guys don't play around. At least that's what my platoon sergeant and like the older guys were telling us, the guys that had been there before, like, you know, they know. So don't think it's a bad thing. It's like, you know, just to build us up, you know what I mean? It's like, yeah, they know not to mess with us. But yeah, man, you know, it was my first real deployment. And, you know, once again, if there was a service, you know, every once in a while I find myself going into a service, the faith and all that was there, but the relationship and just the relationship wasn't there. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But now looking back, man, God had his hand in it all, man. You know, there was some situations where I should have got shot. You know, that bullet could have taken me out. But it didn't. The worst thing that happened to me out there was we were doing transition drills on the range, and I was going from my main gun on the truck, switching to my M4, and I had a ACOG on it. You know, you have the plates in the front, and I'm sitting here firing, and I kept hearing pinging and the zipping, and I was like, bing, bzz, bing, bzz. And I was like, what? And I'm looking to see if I'm hitting the target, and then I squeezed the trigger one more time. Bam! I was like, oh, what was that? And I looked at my arm. Well, my barrel was below the plate.
Yeah.
My ACOG was above it. So, you know, that offset, that's where I learned, hey, make sure you're out of that turret when you're squeezing the trigger.
Overboard's a real thing.
The bullets were hitting that and zipping around my turret. And when I took my vest off, I had burn marks on the inside of on the sides of my vest from the bullet zipping around.
Wow.
And a piece of it got lodged in one of the pieces got lodged in my forearm, and it went perfectly between the bone, all in muscle, didn't hit anything. It's actually still in there.
Okay.
I actually got an X-ray done as I was retiring, and they're like, "Hey, man, you still got shrapnel in your arm?" I'm like, oh man, they said they would come out, so they didn't do surgery,
Okay.
But that was the worst thing that happened to me out there.
That's wild. That's
Yeah,
scary.
yeah. It could have been a lot worse, But then again, God he had his hand in it, man.
Mm-hmm.
Um, we come back from that deployment, um, and we just party, dude. Me and my buddies go to Vegas. This is like when I met my really good friends Billy and Lou. To this day, they're still my best friends. Today's actually Lou's birthday. Happy birthday, brother!
Happy birthday.
Yeah, man, great dudes, man. We ended up taking them to Albuquerque with me. Partied in Albuquerque for a few days, and then we partied out in Vegas. We were supposed to party with who was big at the LMFAO.
Okay.
They were big at the time. They had just came out, and we were supposed to party like VIP with them, and that our alcohol just led us to. We didn't even celebrate New Year's together. We were all separate. But I came back from that deployment, and that's when I met my wife. Actually, she was a bartender at Hickory Tavern, and I had moved out to Southern Pines, and I lived right close to downtown, and I used to go to O'Donnell's all the time.
Mm.
That was back when you could buy a mug with your name on it, and it'd be hanging up there, and you get cheap beer, So I was there every night, and I remember one night I went out there by myself without my buddy Billy, who was my roommate at the time. I went out there, and it was like a Tuesday night, man. I'm wearing like 5-finger shoes, gym clothes, and I walk outside with my beer, and I see this beautiful girl sitting there lighting up a cigarette. And I go up to her and I ask her if I could bum smoke off her. She was smoking Marlboro Menthol Lights, the same thing that I was smoking at the time, and started talking to her. I don't think she was interested in me, but I just, wouldn't stop talking to her, and bought her a couple of drinks. She had just gotten off of work and was meeting some friends from work as a bartender. Eventually, I was like, hey, I just live down the street. We go to my house and talking about music, listening to different music, and yeah, man, that was it. After that, man, like I was in love, dude. She put up with a lot of wild stuff, though, but her dad's a retired first sergeant from the 82nd.
Oh, okay.
So she knew the military background. He had deployed, deployments to Iraq and whatnot. So she knew the military life, and me and her dad hit it off pretty good because we're both paratroopers. He loved to drink, I loved to drink. So it was like a perfect match. Yeah. So just to fast forward a little bit, I met Shayna. About a year later, we had my son, Elijah, 2013. So I met her in 2012, right after Valentine's Day in February. And then Elijah was born May 8th, 2013. And that was like the best thing that ever happened to me. I was excited to be a dad. I always wanted to be a dad. I always wanted a family of my own. And shortly, 8 days after that, I want to say it was like 8 or 9, was it the 17th? I get a phone call. We're at home. I'm in bed with Shayna, with Eli. We're just sitting there in bed, and I get a phone call back from New Mexico, and it's one of my buddies, and he's just telling me, "I'm sorry, dude. I'm sorry." I'm like, "What's going on, man?" He's like, "Joe passed away, my best friend from high school. That was like my ride or die." He had just graduated. He had moved to Houston, and he graduated from U of H. Was just getting. I mean, he was pretty established in Houston already, but his life was just starting. But he had flipped his vehicle, driving into work to a meeting or something. It hit a curb, threw him off. He wasn't wearing a seatbelt. He had a passenger with him. She had her seatbelt on. She lived, but he didn't make it. And that was that, you know, losing a brother. That was, and still to this day, is hard to deal with. You know, it's always fun to celebrate my son's birthday, but I know what comes shortly after that. And our thing was tequila, man. We love tequila, so you know, um, just more reasons to drink, to not share, to open up, just bottle it all up, and self medicate. You know, so I'm dealing with that. My wife, totally, you know, totally understandable. I take a weather pass from work because it's actually, yeah, this weekend. It was Memorial Day weekend was going to be his funeral. You know, we usually get a 4-day weekend, so I took a weather pass, man. I didn't even ask. I just flew home. I flew back to be at his funeral, and we just partied, dude. Like, you know, what he would have wanted. And that's that's where between the deployment, that, and being a new father, I think I was drinking pretty heavily. Like it went from drinking was fun to now I'm just drinking because it helps, you know. Um, the next year, December 14th, or sorry, December 30th of 2014, my daughter was born. Right after that, our friend Josh that we had grew up with in New Mexico, really another close brother. His dad, I still call him Pops, man. Both of them. Joe was a single child, and Josh was a single child. He was struggling a lot after Joe died. I didn't know that he had turned to drugs, to heroin specifically, but he ended up dying, overdosing, taking his own life. That was like a back to back, just brutal, brutal.
Did
Like
he do it on purpose?
I don't know, man. I just know that he was suffering, dude, and he wanted to end his suffering. You know, whether he did or didn't, I couldn't tell you, man. But it was pretty hard, man. Just another reason to keep drinking, man. Drink even more. You know, I got 2 kids now. Um, one thing I left out was I married this girl from New Mexico. We were together maybe 6 months, lived together maybe 30 days, and then we split up because she moved out here, was drinking all the time, couldn't find work, became super abusive. I had to call the cops on her multiple times. She tried diving at me with a knife once, you know, and all I was trying to do was leave. But yeah, man, that relationship was pretty bad. And she went back and she wouldn't sign the divorce papers because she was getting, you know, BAH. I had to pay her. So she was getting all this money. And at the time, I was about to be a dad. And I told her, finally got with my brother in New Mexico and was like, hey, dude, I need a lawyer. Like, I can't afford to keep paying her, and I'm about to be a dad. And like, Shannon and I aren't even married yet. She doesn't have my benefits. And she can't if I'm married, right? So my brother gets me a lawyer, you know, find out New Mexico is a 50-50 state. I ended up writing her email or on Facebook or something telling her, hey, look, I got a lawyer. New Mexico's 50-50 state. You have that house out there. Technically, half of it's mine, and I'm going to take it if you do not sign these papers. And then, like, a couple days later, my sister called me. She's like, is your divorce finally final? Like, she's on Facebook saying that she's finally free, blah, 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 you know? And so Shayna and I weren't even married yet. And that was the only thing that was holding us really back from getting married. And then she got to know me. We had our kids, and, you know, alcohol And then I don't even think she was sure if she wanted to marry me at this point, because every time I would drink, man, I was, I'd always. It's not that I took it out on her; it was that she always got the the bad end of the stick. Whether I would get drunk and just get depressed and talk about my dad, talk about losing Joe, and not wanting to live anymore. Man, I'm just gonna get in my car and kill myself, And she was the one that had to hear it. I never told that to anybody. And then it was like, you need to talk to somebody, or I'm gonna talk to your commander. And I was like, well, if you talk to my commander, I'm gonna get kicked out, and then there goes all our benefits. And so I was playing that.
Yeah.
That just putting her through so much, man. So I thank God for her every day, man. And so she sticks with me. We ended up getting married. Was it 2016? Yeah, 2016, April 22nd. We ended up getting married. I get orders to go to first SFAB. They stood up the first SFAB at Fort Benning. I was super stoked about it because it was like this brand new thing that was the Army's new toy, and we were going to Afghanistan, and it was like Afghanistan, Iraq, and we're going to be working with counterparts, and we're going to be doing basically what the way they sold it is like what special operation does, but on the conventional side. And I was like, dope, dude, let's go, So I get there, and I'm like I don't know, one of the first 100 to show up. Like, we don't have gear, we don't have any equipment, we don't have nothing. Like, we just have the buildings there on the old Third ID hillside of Fort Benning. And I get there, and like the first thing we're doing is like we're going through these catalogs, looking at equipment and researching what SF has and what do we want, because this is General Milley's baby, and basically wrote a blank check saying, I want you guys to look like this, and here's a blank check. Get whatever equipment you guys need. And that's basically what we did. Like the first few months we were there was just, and that, we had the same vest, we had the same cool guy stuff. The only thing they would not let us get was the helmets. They made us keep the like, you can't look exactly like them, So, we did our train up and all that. And we found out that they were trying to get us to go to Afghanistan like that November. I got there in August. I was like, dude, we don't even have equipment. Like, we don't even have a full team yet. They designed it the same way, kind of mirrored SF. It's a 12-man team. Your senior enlisted guy, your officer who runs the team. Then we had, for us as 19 Deltas on a third squadron, you'd have your 3 primary advisors, which was the senior guy, and then the 2 lead guys were scouts. Then you had your infantryman, then you had your commo dude, your medic, supply, all your enablers on your team, your FO, all that stuff, right? So we would be able to go out there alone, live with our counterparts, and help them with their missions. So in my mind, I was like, man, this is gonna be dope, So we started doing that. Find out that they're trying to get us to deploy in November. It's like, that's no way that's gonna happen. And then they're like, hey, they pushed it. We ended up deploying in I think it was March of 2017. 17? 18? 18. Yeah, 18. So we ended up going to Afghanistan. We get to Afghanistan, man, and we're sitting there at what is the major BAF, Bagram Air Force Base. We're sitting there for like a month. Just nobody knows what to do with this new shiny toy. They don't know what we're capable of. They don't know, what we do, what we can do. And at this time, so since it was brand new, we couldn't fill it up fast enough. Like, they were being pretty picky about who, because there was a selection process to get onto to join this the SFAB, and they were being pretty picky about it at first, and then realized we can't be as picky if we're really trying to deploy and have full teams by the time we go. So what they did is they tied in 10th Mountain. 10th Mountain got put on orders, so they were down at Benning with us through our whole train up. They got to go home for Christmas, came back to us and deployed with us and filled all our gaps. So we had, like, my intel dude was this specialist that had never done any intel in his life from 10th Mountain that, he processed background checks. You know,
Okay.
our JTAC that we were supposed to have was an FO from 10th Mountain. So they filled those gaps, right? And we made it work. But we get there, man, and they don't know what to do with us. We're just kind of sitting on our hands. And finally, they start pushing teams out. They're like, okay, you're going to go work with this partner force. You're going to go work with this partner force. And I end up going to Logar province. I'm over there. Crazy story. I didn't know this at the time, but that's where Linitz got killed. He was in Logar province. And I learned this while I was there. Something came up on Facebook is, anniversary. And I started reading more into it. And I was like, where was he at? And I read into it. And I was like, oh, he was in Logar province. So he was in that same area that I was at now. So I'm out there and I'm at Dalkey, is what they Camp Dalkey, aka Rocket City. And we're there with the headquarters element of the troop, of the battalion, I should say. So the lieutenant colonel, command sergeant major. We fly in and they're still piecing this thing together with tents. They're still building our living side, and I want to say Alaska troop paratroopers were there on the other side. But we get there and we find out, who our partner force is going to be. We're not allowed to do any kind of ground movement because of the ROE at the time, whatever it was. But we still had our MRAPs and all that stuff, right? But all our missions were like fly to advise. So we could sit there and plan for this mission. And you know how the weather can be in Afghanistan. If the weather's bad and you don't, the thing with fly to advise was we can have the Chinooks, but we had to have something armed flying with us or going with us while we were boots on the ground. So we had the Chinooks there at Dalkey, but it was always hard to get something that was armed to go with us. So we would sit there and plan, 3 weeks out, we're going to go meet our counterparts. Plan it, the day would come, and then it'd get pushed, because we didn't have so-and-so assets. So then we'd have to get with our counterparts, find out another time that was good for them. And it was slow at first. Eventually we get out to link up with our counterparts. We're out in the middle of nowhere, Logar province, just out. We link up with them. They show, we do the whole meet and greet, chai, tea, lunch, and then they start showing us around the base and their artillery systems. And dude, they showed us this artillery piece that they just fired in a random direction. There's like a village right over here, and they're just firing right over that village into like the mountains. And it's like, do you know what you're even aiming at? They're like, no, because we don't have this piece, and like this is broken, and this is what we need. And so we were basically there to help them fix their stuff, right? And like help them get better at doing their jobs. But because that was taking so long, my team specifically, our partner force was so far out that anywhere you went, you had to be within the rings, like at least have 2 rings, and the rings were for medical reasons. Like we can fly you back and get you somewhere safe, and keep you alive within that hour. Anything outside of those rings, you had to have like higher approval. Well, we were right on the edge of one of those rings. So for us to even go out was like very rare. So somebody in the headquarters, the battalion decided that it would be smart to build a little outpost next to, so on Dalkey, just like a 3/4 mile down the road was the brigade of our partner forces. So the lieutenant colonel and command sergeant major would always be going there for meetings and stuff, right? And that's where we learned that if we put an outpost there next, like a compound next to their compound, basically built up, huge T-walls, triple strand C-wire, took our teams out there, set up fighting positions. And now we're living, there's literally a metal gate that's tied in with their headquarters right next to their talk. Um, so yeah, man, our team gets selected to go help set that up. There was another couple teams that were there at Dalkey that were like, no, we don't want to do that. We have our partner force, blah, blah, blah. My team leader at the time was like, yeah, man, we'll do it. And it was pretty cool, man, because like 24 hours of getting into this position, like we get tied in with our partners. They are now our partners, right? They're taking contact. Their couple of their positions are getting hit. We call for assets. So I'm on a phone at this time trying to get a JTAC, trying to find out these grid coordinates. We get a drone out there to follow this aftermath of an attack, following foot movement back into the mountains, which I was able to guide the JTAC to guide an F-16 to go drop bombs on this mountain and where they were at. And this is all within like 24 hours of being embedded with these guys. And we got the kill TV and everything set up. So we're able to watch all this, and you see the explosion go off, and then you see multiple explosions going off. And it's like, dude, we just hit a big, one of their big resupply points, like where they kept all their weapons and stuff. So we were like, that's when they're like, okay, these guys can do something here. Like the SFABs are actually helpful. And man, after that, man, it was game on, dude. We were dropping bombs left and right. They had said that we had dropped more bombs that deployment since like 2012, 2011. So yeah, man, we were getting after it quite a bit. And mind you, like we're living next to this element, right? And the cool thing about it was we were able to help all the other teams because they had their liaisons from their partner force there at the headquarters element. So if they needed something while they were out on mission, we can go grab their liaison and be like, hey, your guys need this, this, and this. Our guys are boots on the ground, and they're saying that this is happening right now, and they need this resupply, like that was sent up. And we were able to help coordinate all that to help them, push that stuff. Yeah. So we had a multi-purpose there. My medic, man, in the mornings, you could wake up, drink your coffee, go out to one of the points. You'd see their water truck coming down the hill, getting lit up, firefights just all around us. And sure enough, we'd go back inside. My medic would get called. We'd be dealing, me, myself, or a couple of other guys would go with him. We're helping tourniquet, patch holes, dudes getting blown up on patrols. Got to see quite a bit of carnage, but not. Once again, I never had to pull the trigger, man. This was my trigger. We were dropping bombs, dude. And everything was going good. Stuff started picking up. We were employed. We're doing good. We're making them break down. They had checkpoints. A checkpoint here blocked down the road. They'd have another checkpoint because they were all scared to go fight. They wanted to be at the checkpoints, and it's like, look, man, you guys can't do that. So we were helping them, figure that stuff out, flush that stuff out. And then it's like September now. It was my day to be back, to be refit, because there was we're pooping in ammo crates and stuff over there. We're self-sustaining over there, right? If we want chow, you got to go back to Dalkey to get chow. So we would do like 4 days on, 2 days off type of deal, and just rotate our dudes in and out of there so we're not getting burnt out. But honestly, dude, I felt safer there than I did at Dalkey. Dalkey, dude, our first night there at Dalkey, we took like 4 rockets, and they were pretty accurate. They knew, so SF compound was next to us, tied in on Dalkey, and there was a PTIDS up, which was aligned perfectly with a flight line. So all those dudes had to do was aim whatever rocket at that the PTIDs, and they were going to hit something on Dalkey. Man, they were so accurate, and we couldn't do anything. We couldn't fire back because there was villages all around there, and they knew what they were doing. I want to say that deployment, we took over 180 rockets.
Wow.
Yeah, man. They eventually started sending dudes down to Dalkey who didn't have cabs or action badges, like to go, because I'm talking like accurate. They took out a couple Chinooks. They took out. There was a dude that had just landed, was checking in. We got rocketed, got shrapnel in his neck, and got his Purple Heart within like an hour of being on Dalkey, dude. And that to me was like the worst feeling ever, man, because the gun there would be shooting like over our tents. We were living in tents. We weren't living in hard stand buildings. It was while we were gone one day, a rocket came in, and the Ugandans were there, and a rocket landed in the middle of their tent, fumbled out, and fell on the other side of the wall. And our EOD guy, he would go deal with that stuff, and he'd come back and show us pictures, dude. And they were sending like incendiary rounds, dude. Like they were trying to not just blow us up, dude. They were trying to burn us and like really, really cause damage, dude. Because like I said, we were in tents. There was 12 of us in a tent, probably about the size of this room. If I rolled over and put my hand out, I was touching the team leader on my bed, that's how close we were living. And my buddy Trevor, he was there he was in Iraq with me, and he was in Afghanistan with me, but he was at another post that hadn't been rocketed in forever. I remember we both got promoted to sergeant first class on that deployment. And my command sergeant major knew that we were tight. And he's like, we're going to go to his promotion. Do you want to fly out with us? And I was like, yeah, man, of course I do. I fly out to where Trevor's staying at, man. And we get there. They have what are they called? The shops. I don't know. They have a bunch of different shops where you like a sewing shop, snack shop, all the Afghan stuff that you can buy. They even have a restaurant there, dude. And I'm like, how? He takes me into this hard stand building. He's got his room walled off. He's got a TV hung in there. He's got nice blanket, bed, air conditioning. And I'm like, how, dude? Like, you don't even know. You should see how I'm living. You know what I mean? Like, I was kind of jealous. He started sending me care packages from where he was at to Dalkey because they had access to everything there. Every once in a blue moon, we'd have AFIs would come out, and they would bring a little shop, set up a shop, and we'd be able to draw some money out and buy, soap, shampoo, whatever, if we weren't getting it in care packages. So we were once again, like, in the worst location you could think of. And once again, I never had to pull the trigger, man. And now looking back, it's like, man, God is great, dude. Like, he knew what he was doing, right? But yeah, so September rolls around. I'm on my recovery day, and something's popping off. Like stuff, we hear birds taking off. We hear just commotion. Come to hear somebody got hit. Somebody got shot. That's all I know at that outpost. We used to call it AP Casa, Advised Post Casa. Somewhere over there. And I was like, those are my guys over there. I run to the talk to find out what's going on. Rumor has it the command sergeant major got shot. Him and the colonel were there for a meeting, and they were leaving the meeting, getting ready to go do lunch. And the AMP was there, the police. They were not supposed to be there. Opened up with a dishka. They're right down a narrow alleyway. Opened up. They everywhere they went, they had Sec 4 with them. Our guys, we had Sec 4 attached to us. Third ID was our Sec 4. So it wasn't just our 12-man team. Like, we had our security elements that would go out with us. So they had their Sec 4, dude. And the call comes over the radio. My guys my medics down there. Him and the QRF from my team go run next door. Like, this is where we've been going, hanging out and like helping these guys every day for like the last 6 months. Go right around the corner, see my command sergeant major down on the ground. My medic starts working on him. One of the Sec 4 guys, they thought he was dead because he got shot in the back of the head. Gets up, takes off running. They secure the command sergeant major. They load him up in the vehicle. They get him back to our side, load him up in the vehicle, and drive him back to Dalkey, where we have I think it was a row 1 or row 2. And yeah, man, my medic did everything right, dude. There was nothing that he could have done any different. The surgeon and everybody was like, "No, man, dude, like, you couldn't have done anything better to save his life," and he wasn't gonna make it. So he got killed that day, man, and that was a very, very sombering. Like, my team leader had been on so many deployments, led so many soldiers to different, Iraq, Afghanistan, and he'd never lost anybody. Like, that dude, me and him are still good friends to this day. And I just remember seeing him crying, dude, and I was like, this is the command sergeant major. We lived with him and on Dalkey. He was like mentoring us. He was a command sergeant major. He was not liked by the lower enlisted. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. But he was a good dude, man. Like, he was trying to help us get promoted and help us with what's next in our career. He was doing what a command sergeant major should do. And so he was pretty tough, pretty strict dude. And a lot of dudes wanted that relaxed lifestyle. Because it was pretty relaxed, dude. We would walk around in our PTs and pistol, go to the gym, work out, and get big. I had never been on a deployment where it was like we stopped wearing PTs and we were wearing just regular gym clothes, carrying a pistol, going to the gym. Our makeshift gym that we built. But yeah, dude, he was pretty strict, man. And like, just a few nights before that, we were out on our little porch that we built outside of our little office area, smoking cigars, and he had came up and talked to us and was telling us about our guidance and what his next step was. He's like, if he doesn't make the list to take over a brigade, he was going to retire. And so we interacted with him quite a bit. And to me, that was like, dude, we just lost. The victory that they can claim that they killed a command sergeant major. He was the highest ranking dude that had been killed in Afghanistan since the war kicked off. So it was a big deal. Like, it was all over, man. And everything just came to a halt. We paid our respects. We said our goodbyes. He flew out. Like, people were flying in that day. And this is where Trevor got to see how I was living, right? Because he flew in to pay his respects. And I was like, come on, man, let me show you where I live now. Walking through the mud and the muck and into the tent, into the back little corner piece that I had. And I was like, this is my living conditions, And I was like, pretty neat, huh? He's like, oh, man, this is bad, dude. And what's crazy, dude, is like these dudes would not let up. As like we're saying our goodbyes, they start rocketing us because they notice, traffic's coming in, more helicopters are coming in than usual. So they're like, why not? Let's hit them now. And Trevor heard the alarm, and then there was people that were there that haven't had to react to incoming. And they're just like looking around, and everybody that has been there for a minute is like ducking, diving, juking, jumping into bunkers and stuff. And it's like, get down, what are you doing? It's like, incoming. And, sure enough, blows up, hit right outside the T-walls by where we were saying goodbye to Command Sergeant Major. And Trevor was like, dude, I'm so sorry, man. It's like, yeah, it's completely different. I was like, come on, man, let me buy you dinner. Because he bought me dinner. He took me to that restaurant where he was staying. I was like, let me buy you dinner. And once again, walking through the mud, get into the chow tent, and it's always chicken and rice and some type of vegetable. And sometimes it was some other type of mystery meat, but it was always, whatever whatever they can, whatever was easy. He was just like, yeah, dude, I'm sorry, man. He would send me care packages. He felt bad, dude, but I love him to death, man. I appreciate him. He was the one that was next to me when I was in the hospital.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, man. So everything kind of came to a halt after Command Sergeant Major died for about 2 weeks, and then we slowly started picking stuff up. And this is September. We were supposed to be home by December that year. Was the plan. We ended up coming home like the day before Thanksgiving. But yeah, man, just stuff slowed down with the partner force. We had built up AP Casa. It was this big thing. We did a memorial. There was a memorial built there for Command Sergeant Major at Dalkey. Stuff kind of started picking up slowly. We went back and started working with our guys again. Although we were a lot more strict as how we operated, because they'd come bang on the door. It'd be in the middle of the night. They'd come bang on the door. Sometimes we would just go over there with our pistol. Just two of us would go into their talk and figure out where they're in contact, try to communicate it back to whoever was back at our side of the wall, so they can communicate to the JTAC or whatever air asset we had to get them the help that they needed. And we never had a problem with it. And now it's like, yeah, you come bang on the door because you need us, but how safe are we? Now you gotta wait. Now you gotta be patient because I gotta get all my kit on. I gotta get more buddies to go with me to make sure I got security set up and somebody's watching so I can help you guys, So it kind of changed the way we did things. We were still doing stuff, just not like how we were, and we weren't as active. And then, later on during that deployment too, one of the, somewhere out west, one of the generals got shot. There was another friendly, blue on green or green, whatever they call it, green on blue. And then we lost one of our security force, one of our Sec 4 dudes from 3rd ID, a young specialist, got killed. So, it was a pretty active deployment. A lot of stuff happened. A lot of, once again, rockets, bullets, stuff flying overhead, but never once had to pull the trigger. At least that trigger, I was able to watch the bombs that I was able to drop, and see some of the after damage, and watch some of the live footage of us calling the SFDs to come in and do some stuff. So yeah, man, it was a good deployment, but definitely came back different from that deployment. My wife knew it. I knew it. I was no longer enjoying my drink. It was now, I just want it. I need to feel it. I don't even care what it tastes like. Just get me to that numb feeling, right? After that deployment. So yeah, man, I come back from that deployment. My wife knows everything that happened with the Sergeant Major. We do the ceremony and name our building after him and all that there at Benning. And then I get orders to 191 Cav, which is part of the 173rd. But they're in Germany.
Okay. Let's put a pin in it right there and take a break.
Cool.
And we'll pick it up
Yep.
Going to Germany. A lot of what we talk about in this show comes down to sincerity, right? Sincerity of faith, sincerity of motivation, all these things. Now, we may not always use that word specifically, but it is the root of a lot of the things that come up. Now, when it comes to Christian clothing, we need to address some kind of uncomfortable truths, all right? Now, there's no shortage at all of Christian clothing companies out there, but there is a very real shortage of sincere Christian clothing companies. And here's what I mean. A lot of these companies don't care about the gospel or your faith or what drives your life at all. They just wanted to sell clothes, and they saw the faith world as the easiest market. They stepped back and said, hey, this stuff really means an awful lot to these people, and they're willing to pay a premium for it. So why don't we just look up the most popular Bible verses, stick them with some clip art or something we have AI gen up, slap them on a t-shirt with a cross somewhere, and charge them $50, $60 for a t-shirt. Easy money, right? And I guess from a business perspective, it makes sense. But for me personally, sincerity and authenticity matter. And I know I'm not alone in that. For that reason, we've linked up with a company called Disciple Threads. They made this hoodie that I'm wearing right now. The reason we chose Disciple Threads is because they're actual believers. And they're using their time and their talents to spread the word and to glorify the kingdom. Now, it's not for everybody, right? Tastes are individual, and not everybody likes to wear Christian clothing. I get it. But if you are one of those people and sincerity and authenticity matter to you, there's a link in the show notes. You can check out Disciple Threads or just go to their websites, disciplethreads.co, see what they got. If you find something you like, use code RP15. It's RP15. That'll get you 15% off your order. All right, let's jump back in. All right, brother. So we left off. You just got assigned to 173rd out of Germany, though.
Yep.
Okay. So so 173rd is split, and this isn't really relevant, so I don't want to take too much time on. I'm just kind of curious. I've known a lot of folks who went over there to 173rd, but they were going to Italy.
Yep.
So that's like mainly where.
So the whole brigade's in Italy.
Okay.
The only two battalions that are in Grafenwehr or in Germany
Okay.
are the Field Artillery and the Scouts.
Gotcha.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
the Cav.
Okay. That makes sense.
So 191 Cav and 323. I don't want to mess it up.
Some numbers.
This is some other artillery unit part that's out there.
Okay, so you got. Did you actually end up going over to Graf or?
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's where I got stationed, was in Graf.
Okay.
With a 191 Cav.
Nice.
We got there in July of 2019.
Okay.
July of 2019, right before COVID.
Mm.
Yeah. So we got about 8 months, I think, of freedom of maneuver, per se, before COVID hit, and then we was just locked down.
Yeah.
But yeah, so yeah, man, 191. What's crazy? So I get to 191 there in Grafenwehr, Germany, and find out that I'm going to take over a platoon down there. And as I walk into the troop, so I don't know if I said this earlier, but in scouts, cavalry scouts, we're called squadrons. We're not battalions, and then we're not companies. We're troops.
Okay,
but we're built exactly the same as the other battalions and companies, just smaller numbers. So I walk into the troop, and they have their hero wall, and I look up on this wall, and there's Lynette's, dude.
Oh wow.
Yeah. I was like, at the time it was the coincidence, right? I was just in Logar where he got killed, and now I'm in the same, not just the same brigade, but the same troop that he was in when he got killed. Nobody knew who he was because they'd already changed. They were, before they got to Graf, they were in like some other part of Germany. So yeah, nobody knew who he was. I told everybody, I was like, I know exactly who that dude is. But yeah, man, it was. I thought that was pretty neat. But yeah, so I get there, training with a 173rd, dude, coming from the 82nd. Those dudes they're legit, man.
Yeah.
Yeah. Man, I think I spent 9 years in the 82nd, being a scout, all the way from a driver up to a platoon sergeant. And, I learned a lot, dude, but I feel like I learned, and I don't know if it was because it was the people I was around, but in the 173rd, man, I learned a lot. I learned a lot about myself, my leadership style, how I wanted to be, how I didn't want to be. And then my fellow platoon sergeants, who I'm still buddies with, and our first sergeant, we're all still buddies, man. And we still reach out and talk to each other, see how everybody's doing. And one of them's a command sergeant major now, or sergeant major now. I'm sure he'll be a sergeant major of the Army here pretty soon. He was meant for it. But anyways, you know, just the training that they do there, like for us to shoot tow missiles out here, like we have to go. We can't shoot tow missiles on Bragg. You can't shoot them at Polk. We'd have to go to somewhere where they have tanks. So if we ever, the first time I shot a tow or saw a tow get shot, I had already been in the military, 8 years before I saw my first live tow get shot.
Okay.
I get to Germany and it's like AT4s, javelins, tows. Let's go. We're going out to the range and we're shooting Carl Gustavs, AT4s, javelins, tows, like everything. And I was like, dude, this is legit, man. We actually got to train and do our job. This is now, we spent all this time focusing on Iraq and Afghanistan. The shift has kind of changed. We're now, I think, there. Like when I was in division, I feel like our focus was more like infantry tactic based type stuff. Slowly trickled into some of the reconnaissance stuff that we're supposed to be doing. But in the 173rd, dude, that's like what we focused on. It was like our job, our actual mission to be the eyes and ears of the battlefield, to build that picture for the commander of what's going on out in the front lines, and how to maneuver the troops. And while we're doing that, we're also learning to assess the enemy ourselves. So we know what the enemy's going to do, through our COA and our training and all that stuff. Mm-hmm. So it blew my mind just how different it was. Like they're both, prestigious units known for throughout combat operations, but just like the training differences. The more freedom that we had out there, though, was that they just had. We had land. We had the training facilities that supported everything, all our weapon systems, and that was out in Grafenwehr. So yeah, man, we got there, dude, I loved it right off the rip, the first day there. It's early morning. We're walking through, one of the little towns. There's like 80-year-olds sitting outside drinking beer for breakfast.
It's weird, right?
Yeah. And I was just like, dude, I don't love this place, especially German beer, man. It was different. I loved it. So training was training, man. We were gone a lot. We trained a lot. I jumped the least while I was there, but I got the most rotary jumps that I'd ever had out of there. Yeah, man, we trained a lot, dude. We were gunnery between Grafenwehr and what's that training facility?
It's Hohenfels.
Hohenfels, okay. Yeah. Between those two places. That was the first time I've ever done a convoy through a friendly town, like not just towns, but like villages, man, with like guns up. Yeah, guns up, everything, dude, just to get to Hohenfels. It was wild. But yeah, it was a cool experience, man. But then, I remember we were out doing platoon evaluations. We had just finished getting evaluated. Had a solid platoon, dude. Had a solid platoon, platoon leader. He was one of those guys where he didn't think he knew everything, but he knew enough, and he was willing to be told when he was wrong, and he understood that. Or he liked my leadership style. Like our leadership styles basically were like mesh, dude. And my leadership style was, I was like the dad. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Like I never yelled at my soldiers, dude. If I have to yell at you, somebody's not doing their job. I'm here to take care of you and to make sure you're okay, make sure your family's okay, make sure, you're good to go to stay in the fight.
You push down to the squad leaders and stuff.
Yep. And that's basically how I did it, man. I never, one of my first soldiers that I had to interact with before I even took over the platoon, I had to go pick him up to take him to the police station, the MP station, because he was under investigation for possibly stealing from the PX, right? And this dude, he's from Chicago, so I hit it off with him right away. You know, other than that, he's a White Sox fan. You know, I can look past that, but he's a Bears fan too. You know, and I just look at it, man. Like I'm not here to end your career, man. I'm here to help you whichever way I can, right? So the mentorship, the same type of mentorship that I got coming up from my good leaders, is I took that, you know. And he thought he was going to be in trouble when I picked him up, dude. I was like, look, man, whether you did it or didn't, I don't know. And I'm not going to be the one to tell you, you know, to tell you what to do and how to deal with it. But like, if you didn't do it, you know, just deny it all, be honest, whatever, man, and whatever the outcome is, you know, we'll work with it later. And he was just like, oh, I thought this was going to be way worse. Like, I thought you were just going to lay into me because he was a private, you know? I was like, nah, dude, you're a human being, man. You're a human being. You know, I'm sure you're going to get enough of that coming through here. And his thing was he wanted to go to Ranger School really bad. Super fit guy. Ended up being one of my best soldiers in my platoon. One of the guys that I could really lean on when I couldn't lean on the team leaders or the section leaders. Be like, hey man, take the guys and go teach them this, and he would, and he'd pick stuff up, and you know, really great dude. So I went to bat for him when it came up to stand in front of the man on the carpet. You know, it was like, look, he actually did the Ranger train up, beat all the officers that went to it. You know, he was like the first one, like the top of the list, dude. Like he needs to go to Ranger School, right? Just finished doing that, and now we're standing in front of the carpet in front of the man, and I'm going to bat for this dude. You know, 110%. Like this dude, whether it was a one-time thing or you know that's just how it was perceived, whatever. If he gets in trouble, like I don't think he deserves the max. He doesn't need to be kicked out. Like this, he's one of my best dudes, and you know, went to bat for him, dude, and he saw that, and that to this day he still calls me. He's back in Germany.
Oh,
And
yeah.
he'll call me and you know, kind of like those proud dad moments, like I did this, I did that, you know, and he still keeps me up to date. But his thing was like he wanted to go to Ranger School, and you know, privates don't really ever get that opportunity. They always look, you know, the lieutenant needs to go to Ranger School. Staff sergeant in a infantry platoon needs to go to Ranger School. Well, when they saw how good he was, it was like, there's no denying dude needs to go to Ranger School, right? Well, he got in trouble. They took some rank from him. He became a private. I think you can't go to Ranger School unless you're a PFC, I think is what it was. And they're like, look, we're going to take your rank. Found him guilty, whatever. You're on probation next 6 months. You know, first waiver that comes up, we'll put PFC back on you and we'll see how you get through this. You know, you manage this, and if you can do that, we'll send you to Ranger School. And he did, man. He did. Kept chugging along, man. You know, and did exactly that. As soon as the waiver came through, pinned PFC, sent him off to the next Ranger School class, and he was a first time go, dude.
Nice.
Yeah, he came back, and like you know, he to this day, man, is a good dude. Actually, when I found out that I was coming back to Fort Bragg, and he knew that I was leaving the platoon, he's like, I can't work for anybody else. He's like, I'm going to selection, and he did, and he's an SF dude. He's out he's out in Germany. Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah.
So he's 10th group now.
Yeah, he invited me to his graduation and everything, dude. He's a good kid. But yeah, man. You know, it's those things like that that I loved about being in the military, dude. But yeah, anyways, so we're in Germany. COVID hits. Now we're getting out of the platoon evals, and as we're coming out of the field, the commander brings us all in, and he's like, "Hey, man, when we get back, it's gonna be a little weird. There's this thing going around, COVID. I don't know. It's not gonna be the same." And everybody's like, yeah, whatever. We've heard, you know, we've dealt with stuff like this before, where you hear something bad's gonna happen, nothing ever happens, nothing ever changes. Well, we got back, and oh man, they're like, don't come to work. He cannot come to work for a week because we just were all together in the field, and there was just the numbers were ridiculous in Germany. What we were doing is we were watching Italy. Italy was worst off, like where the 173rd was at. If something, we were about a month behind their numbers. So whatever happened in Italy, we would start implementing it in Germany immediately because we knew it was coming. So not only did we have to follow the Army rules, we had to follow the German law of COVID. So that meant you are not allowed to talk to your neighbors. You're only allowed to shop at in your town, in your store, and only so many people in the store at a time. And that's it. Like there's no hanging out, nothing. So like for my wife and my kids, they were locked down the whole time. My kids were doing classes online. My wife, if you've ever been to Germany, like September, October timeframe, the sun goes away and doesn't come back till spring. So it's pretty, sad already. And then now you can't go out, you can't do anything, we can't travel. The whole reason why we wanted to go there was to go see all of Europe, right? Now we can't even leave our neighborhood. I was only allowed to drive to and from work when I was going to work. My soldiers were locked down to the barracks. They couldn't leave the base. I had to flip-flop them. In the morning I would have my Alpha section come in, do PT, do some work, and then swap them out with my Bravo section. They do some PT, and then they do work for the rest of the day. Like we all weren't allowed to be at work at the same time. It was ridiculous, but we had to manage through it. And, we still had to train. So we found ways to get a bunch of training done, whether it was everybody in the vehicles are masked up. The gunner has to stay out of the turret. He can't get in the truck. He has to stay above the turret. It was wild, dude. Airborne operations, the best duties I ever pulled was during COVID because it was like 1, 2, 3.
Are you a jump master?
All clear. It was just pushing out 2, 3 dudes at a time, man. And it was like, man, So yeah, it was still a lot of training, and it was still a lot of good training. But COVID really, really hit hard. And at that point, like I was drinking a lot. My wife had gotten pregnant. She was already talking about cutting back on drinking anyway. So I was like, yeah, I could do that. Buying crates of beer at a time. A crate of beer would last me a couple days. And then at the store across the street, they had these cans of like this, but they were mixed with alcohol, whether it was vodka, rum, bourbon, whatever. And they were like $1. €1, so it's like $1.25. So this is like when I started lying to my wife and hiding my drinking from my wife. I told her that I would cut back on my drinking, but I'd be outside grilling and I'd be like, oh, hey, I forgot something. I got to go to the store real quick. And I'd walk into the store. I'd get, a package of meat or something to throw on the grill, but I'd buy like 4 cans of this mixed drink and I would pound them in the parking lot. And then I'd walk across the street and I'm right back in my house, right? But you couldn't see it because the way the house was sideways like this, the door was this way and the grocery store was over here. She couldn't like be looking to see what I was doing. So I'd be able to pound them in the parking lot, throw them in the recycling there, come back home, crack a beer, and I'd be on the grill buzzed. And she'd be like, what's wrong with you? And I'm like, I'm cutting down and I'm drinking this heavy beer, it's hitting me pretty hard. She's like, you're becoming a lightweight already, like thinking that I'm getting over, she doesn't know at this time that I'm hiding it yet. And that's basically what I would do, man. Like I'd end up buying like 2 bottles of liquor, and like in the basement, I would have a little bar, and I'd leave one out and have one stashed somewhere else. So whenever she would look at the bar, she didn't think that I was drinking that much, but I would really end up killing that whole bottle of liquor that I had like in my gym bag or something, I refused to hang out with my other fellow platoon sergeants and drink with them because I didn't want them to see how much I was drinking. And this is about the time where, I started getting like morbid thoughts, not suicidal, but just more like, I don't care if I die. I don't care if I wake up. I don't care. My wife and kids would be better off with my life insurance policy than with me, because at this point, like, my wife and I, we loved each other, but there was always that the drinking always got in the way of it. And I always put the drinking before everything. There was nobody in this world that was going to tell me that I had to stop drinking and make me stop drinking. Right. I even told her that a couple times. If you're going to make me choose between you, the family, and alcohol, like, alcohol is going to win 100% every time.
Yeah. Alcohol's not making me choose.
No.
Right.
Yeah. So, and that's just where we were in that part of our life. And it was to the point, where one night she got scared and she called my platoon sergeant buddy, who we were here at Bragg together. He came over and he's like, "What's going on, man?" He's like, "I just don't care if I die, man. Like, I'm not suicidal. Like, I'm not going to kill myself." But he's like, "Look, man, like, you need to get some help. Promise me you'll talk to whoever, he gave me the number. He's like, just promise me you'll talk to them." All right. Yeah, I'll talk to them. Right. Whatever. Never talked to them. Right. So this whole time I just continued to hide it from my wife. The rest of the time we're in Germany. I'm trying to get out of there now because COVID is it sucked, man. Like, we couldn't do anything. I find out that second SFAB is here at Bragg. I wanted to come back to Bragg because this is where I wanted to retire. So I applied for them to come here. I did my interview, and overseas is a 3-year commitment. But because I got accepted to the SFAB, they were still kind of like the priority. I did my 2 years and I was right back. So I was gone 2 years. I left here, went to Benning 2 years, went to Germany 2 years, and then I came right back here.
Did you have to do assessment again, or?
It was over the phone.
Oh, okay.
It was like a interview.
Gotcha. Okay.
And I brought my buddy back with me.
Nice.
The other platoon sergeant. He absolutely hated it. But, I started, I told my wife that we would cut back on drinking. My son, my youngest, Kai, he was born October 5th, 2020. And this was at the hospital. I could not be in the hospital with my wife unless she was in labor. Like, I could not be in the room with her. So they would make me, like, if she was there being seen, I'd either have to be outside or waiting at home for a phone call. But on my way out, the first time at the hospital, I saw this guy wheeling around his IV bag, and he had a beer in his hand. Come to find out that there was like a beer garden in the hospital, because in Germany, there's just beer everywhere. You could be in the middle of the mountains and run into a beer garden. So I saw that and I went over there and I was like, "Oh, you could buy beer here at the hospital." So I just sat down there and was drinking beer, waiting for them to call me up to tell me that my wife was in labor. They never called me up. They told me that she's not in labor yet, to go home for another 24 hours and come back when it gets worse. And I remember thinking, like, man, I can't keep drinking now because I got to take my wife to the hospital if she goes into labor. And that's really, I wasn't concerned about her being pregnant and how the baby was okay. In my mind, it was like, I can't drink because I have to take her to the hospital. That's where my mind was. It had already started taking over at that point, where it was like, that was the priority. And eventually, when she finally went into labor, I barely made it into the hospital. Like, she's giving birth in Grafenwehr, there's no military hospital. We were seen off post for any major stuff. So my wife is invited in the hospital, in her same clothes, not hooked up to nothing, no IV, nothing. Like, I walk in there and this nurse is pushing on her belly and the head's crowning, and like one push later, he comes out. And I was just like, dude, I almost missed it. Right. Exciting moment. happy. They like wiped him down a little bit, handed him to my wife. They didn't cut the umbilical cord. They didn't like really clean him off completely. Just handed him to my wife. They walked out of the room. The doctor came in, checked on him, said, "You're fine." And then he walked out. And then it's just me and my wife and the baby in there for a little bit. And I didn't know this is how they're doing labor now, is they're trying to do it more natural where they don't clean the baby completely. They leave some of that like placenta because the body's still absorbing some of those vitamins and stuff. So they didn't do anything. I'm holding him like I got goop on my Bears jersey that I was wearing that day. And now I see that the baby's fine, my wife is fine, and automatically my mind goes to how soon can I get out of here so I can get home and drink as much as I want, because my wife's not going to be there to tell me to stop. And sure enough, I was only allowed to be there for like an hour because of COVID. So the doc said, "Hey, you got to go." And I was excited to leave, man, because I knew that I was going to go home, go to the neighbors, get my kids. They had school online at home, and I could only be back at the hospital for an hour out of the day. And I was already on baby leave. So I drank. Man, I literally got home, cracked a bottle of Jack Daniels, drank the whole thing, woke up, cracked another bottle, drank, tried to sober up as much as I could to go to the hospital for that 1 hour, make it through that 1 hour before the shakes kicked in. Got home and just drank, and I took advantage of those 3 days that she was in the hospital just drinking, because I didn't have to hide it from her. She came home, and then I just continued to lie about my drinking. Got orders to Fort Bragg. We started building our house out here in Aberdeen. And at this point, my wife was like, she would drink occasionally, but she was really on the cusp of not drinking anymore, giving it up completely. One, she was breastfeeding. Two, it was like she was just over it, because it was tearing our relationship apart. So I lied to her, saying that I was going to quit too, and cut back. But I just kept hiding it, We came back. And we shipped back. So you can ship beer and wine with your household goods, but it counts towards your weight. So because we were building a new house, we got rid of all our furniture and everything. We were going to start brand new. So most of my weight was beer and wine. So I brought back probably about 18 or 20 crates of beer and about 180 bottles of wine. And I want to say within like 2 or 3 months, all the beer was gone. And then this was after it showed up, right? Because it got stuck overseas or whatever. And then I started getting into the wine, reaching to the back of the cabinet, popping the bottle, drinking it, putting water in it, capping it back, and putting it all the way back. Not realizing how fast that wine was disappearing, right? And thinking that my wife was oblivious to it, thinking that I was getting going over her head. At this point, now I'm drinking. Now I'm back in the SFAB. I'm drinking first thing in the morning to get rid of the shakes. PT on your own. Get to work. Make it through the morning. Get the guys out of there as soon as possible. Get to the shop buy like a vodka mixed drink cans. Slam a couple of those. Scope. Rinse my mouth out. Go back to the office for a couple hours. Hit up the Class 6. Grab some tall boys. 2 bottles. And drive home and, drink those tall boys, pound those tall boys on the way home. So my wife only sees the 1 bottle again, only sees me drinking, so much out of it. They go to bed. I'm like in and out of blackout drunks every night, waking up, rinse, wash, repeat at this point. It's now, I think I'm hiding it from her, but I can't hide it from her. She sees me drinking, but she only sees me drinking a little bit. But when she sees me drinking, I'm already like belligerent, right? At this point,
she knows you well enough.
Yeah, she knows me well enough. And there was a couple times, dude, where I would be at work, and what I would do is I had my tough boxes in the garage, and I was drinking the tall Voodoo Rangers, because it was no longer about the taste. It was no longer about enjoying it. It was like, I need to feel the effects right now. So I would pound 2 or 3 tall Voodoo Rangers, and I'd be, good. 9 almost 10% beers, and then mix mixed with some liquor, I'd be good for a little bit. And what I would do is I would throw all my cans in the tough box for some. I'd keep them stashed in my garage, so I could run in there, pound it, and throw it in the tough box right away, and she wouldn't know the difference that I was gone for like 10 seconds pounding a tall boy, right?
Yeah.
So I had this tough box filled with all these cans, and like I would try my best to, like, in the mornings when I'd go to work, take some and throw them at the dumpster at work, so she wouldn't find them. Well, it got to the point where I would wake up sometimes and forget where I left stuff, like my extra beer or the bottle that I was drinking. And then I would have to run out, stop at the gas station, grab another beer, and drink it on the way to work. And the thing about it was, like, that's how everybody knew me at work. So they saw normal me walking in. There was nothing wrong with me because that's who they knew, right? They didn't know any better. I was still able to get the job done. I was still able to do, like, function. Like, I was the definition of a functioning alcoholic. Probably walking around with, like, at least a 0.16 every day, functioning. If it got below, a certain amount, I'd start getting the shakes. I couldn't eat. I can only eat when I was drinking, and then I would throw it up later on at some point, and then I would just fix it with alcohol. And I remember being at work one day, and I got a text message from my wife. And I look at it, and it's my tough box. It's open, and she dumped out all the cans of Voodoo Rangers, and she's like, "What is this?" And I was like, "Oh my God, I don't want to deal with this." Be like, "Hey, we'll talk about it when I get home. Oh, by the way, I just got put on 24-hour duty. So we'll talk about it tomorrow after I get home," which I didn't get put on 24-hour duty. I would just go get a hotel room in Fayetteville on a card that she didn't know that I had, and just booze it up that night and just not deal with it because I didn't want to deal with it, right? I didn't want to argue with her. And I knew, but I didn't know that she was, like, already, she had threatened to leave me so many times or to tell my command. And I'd always have that, if you tell them, we're going to lose everything, but I didn't realize that she was really serious about leaving me. Like, she was done. Like, at this point, there was no romance in our life. I would get home, I would avoid her and the kids. I would get pass out in the media room. I never slept in our bed because I never wanted her to smell the alcohol. Wherever I slept was either the couch upstairs or the couch downstairs. And then we were getting ready to deploy to Africa with the SFAB. And at this time, I'm a team sergeant now. Same concept, 12-man team, except there's only 10 of us. And now we don't have 10th Mountain backing us up. Now I have infantry guys filling in roles of intel, MPs filling in like all these gaps, right? Filling in all these gaps. So my team is combat arms heavy. So we get the task to train the Moroccan Special Forces are standing up an assessment and selection program, and we are to go out there and train them on small unit tactics. So before we go, we do some train up with some third group guys to make sure that we're teaching them the right tactics, that in 4 years, when we're done with them and they're ready to stand up, SF takes over that as a JSET. So that was going to be our deployment. We're going to Morocco. Well, in Morocco, we were living in a resort, all-inclusive resort. The first thing I did when I got there was paid everybody off to make sure that I had access to booze. We were allowed the 2 drinks a day. But anyways, this deployment was supposed to be my time away to get sober. And there was times where I would try to quit and white knuckle it, and I'd make it like 2 days, but it was always like, where can I get that next drink? I need to have a drink. I got to have a drink, because it was the forefront of my mind. And this deployment was no different, man. We got there. I think at the airport, I already showed my butt to my team. Like, got got pretty drunk at the airport and left my government phone at the bar. One of the team members had to pick it up and give it to me. It was like, hey, you left this. And I was like, oh, my bad, So I knew that I didn't want to drink around them. I didn't want to be around them or them see me drinking. So the times that I did, that I was around them, I would show my butt, and it built like a wedge between the team. Like I was not the best leader. Let's just put it that way. I would basically regurgitate whatever was coming down the pipeline, tell them to do it, and get that done, and then go do what you need to do when we weren't training our counterparts. And we would only train our counterparts. We would get up early in the morning, meet up, grab some quick breakfast, and go there, and we'd be back for lunch. And then the rest of the day, I was like, train up, prepare your classes for tomorrow. After that, go to the gym, and then the day's yours. Meanwhile, I'm in my room, just drinking. I was doing the same thing, man. I'd wake up at like 4 a.m, throwing up, get in the hot shower, take a drink of something to try to get it in my system, to get the shakes, get rid of the shakes before we go meet up with our counterparts. Fight and struggle through that 4 hours to make it through that, so we can get back to our room and I can get rid of my shakes. It got to the point where I was ordered by the team leader. I wasn't allowed to drink anymore. I had to sign paperwork. Like, it went all the way up, came back down. It's like, you are not allowed to drink for the rest of this deployment. And it's like, if you do, you're going back and you're going to face UCMJ, So it built that bad. Like, my relationship with the captain on my team, like, we were cool at first because we both like to drink, we both like beer, whatever, kind of same mentality. But then I showed my butt too much, man, because of the alcohol. And nobody knew that it was the alcohol because I was hiding it from everybody. Luckily, I had good leadership, man. My first sergeant, whom I also knew from the 82nd, knew something was going on. My buddy from the 173rd and 82nd was there, and they would, they knew something was going on. Like, he knew something was going on with me in Germany. I'm sure they talked, and they knew that I needed to get some kind of help. They didn't know what it was, whether it was PTSD or, they just knew I needed help. And at that point in time, like, I had already brought up that my wife and I were going through a bunch of stuff. She's talking about leaving me. My mom had gotten sick, and she had told me that I was going to be the person, that if I have to pull the plug, it's going to be me that pulls the plug, and all that stuff. So it was like all this stuff was building up and going on. So they knew that I needed to get out of there and that I needed help. They didn't know that it was the alcohol, right? So they come down, they visit, and he tells me, look, this is what's going to happen. You're going to go back. We're going to have appointments set up for you. And I even showed my butt that night, dude. I got drunk in front of him, And he was like, yeah, dude, you need to go back and get some help. So in my mind, I'm like, okay, I'll go back. I'll get some help. Like, I had really bad plaque psoriasis. And at this point, like, my skin just started looking like an alligator. That was another issue I was having because, like, the water there was so hard, chlorine. I wasn't able to take my medication, the stuff that I was supposed to be taking for it. And at the time, I didn't know it was plaque psoriasis. I didn't know what was going on. So they sent me back. And in my mind, I was like, okay, look, I'll go talk to this psychiatrist or whatever, get leadership off my back, show my wife that I'm getting help. Maybe it'll calm things down. And that's what I did. I got back and I started talking to our brigade psych. But the conversations were just that, they were my childhood, my best friends, the deployments, the sergeant major, all this other stuff. But it was never, when the question would come up, well, what about drinking? That's where it would be, no more than 2, but I was just in the parking lot slamming vodka and scope before I came in here. So you couldn't smell it on me, And as soon as I'd walk out, I'd drink it up again and go right back home. So that's what I was doing to get everybody off my back. And that's kind of what led up to I got the opportunity to go to this EMT course. The first week was online, and it's one of those that they put on specifically for the SFAB, but it was like a drink from the fire hydrant type class where it's like, we're going through 4 chapters a day and you're testing that day. You're going through another 4 chapters. And somehow I was managing to get through that, right? And this whole time I'm at home, and my wife was a stay-at-home wife at the time. She wasn't working. So I wasn't able to drink. I couldn't hide it from her. I couldn't just go to the gas station, and I'm really stressing out. I'm going like through mad withdrawals. I'm angry. I'm not happy. I'm struggling with this class, and it's a Friday, I want to say. And my wife's like, "Hey, why don't you just get out? Take your study material with you to the golf course and just go play for the day, you know?" And that's all I was supposed to do. In my mind, I was like, cool, that's it. That's where I'm going to get my couple drinks. I'm going to just have a couple, get normal, get right, and then I'll come home. That's 4 hours of playing golf. She'll never know the wiser. So I get to the golf course. That morning, and I pay. I go straight to the bar, and I'm like, let me get some Mike's Hard Lemonades. 2 tall boys of Mike's Hard Lemonade. I go out to the golf course, and I might have made it to like the 6th hole before those tall boys were gone. And then I was like, man, I should turn around before I get too far away from the clubhouse, and I still have plenty of time. So I did just that. But instead of going into the clubhouse, I had lost. This is how I know that I cannot drink, because I was only supposed to go out there and play golf. I had these 2 drinks, and immediately, the next thing I know, I'm at the VFW, blacked out drunk, drinking Tito's and soda with like 50 missed calls for my wife. And I don't even know what time of day it is. So I call my buddy Trevor, and I'm like, hey, dude, can you come pick me up? I need to go home, and I need to, it's time to pay the piper. I got to tell my wife where I've been. And he's like, I'm like an hour and a half out, dude. And I was like, all right, I'll just drive, dude. It's 15 minutes from my house. I know exactly how to get there. There's hardly ever any cops. So I leave the VFW, and I'm pulling off to Morganton, and pulling off on Morganton off of US 1, and I get sideswiped. And that car just takes off. So they must have been worse off than I was, or, they had somewhere important to be. But who knows what it was. It was, now looking back, this is where I say God had his hand on everything, right? So I do the right thing. I pull off the side of the road, and I'm looking at my car. It's totaled. Like, I can't drive this home. All the airbags are deployed. And I'm like, well, I got to call my wife and tell her what happened, So I call Shayna, and I'm like, she's already screaming at me. I'm like, hey, listen. I just totaled my car. She's like, what are you talking about? I was like, I just got hit. I'm really drunk right now. I need you to get here so when the cops show up, you can tell them you were driving the car and I was in the passenger seat, because the other car took off. There's no witnesses. And she's like, are you flipping kidding me? This, and that. She's like, I'm done with you. You just ruined your life. You ruined our lives for the last time. I'm taking the kids and I'm gone. And in my mind, I'm like, I can't believe you're not doing this for me. Like, you're my wife. This is seriously going to ruin our lives. And she was just done with it, man. And she did just that. She took the kids and she went to a friend's house. I tried calling a tow truck. Tow truck showed up, and they're like, I'm not touching that without a police report. A couple of other buddies show up from the neighborhood, and I'm like, will you guys say you were driving that car? I was like, no, dude, absolutely not. And in my mind, I'm like, what kind of friends are you? Trevor shows up. Eventually, the cops show up, and they're more concerned about finding this other car that hit me. I'm still in my golf attire. At this point, I'm sobering up a little bit, but for the last year, I've been walking around at a 0.16 normal, so I didn't, I didn't feel like I was overly intoxicated, and I don't think I showed that. So the cops weren't too concerned with me. They were more concerned about that other vehicle. They called the tow truck. They gave me a number, told me to call the police department, and they'll have the police report for me for my insurance in a couple days, and have a good day. And I was like, all I heard was, I just got away with this, dude. Trevor was there, and he's like, you want me to take you home? I was like, nah, dude, let's go to the VFW. Like, Shayna's gone. There's no reason for me to go home right now. Like, let's just keep this party going. Like, in my mind, I'm a bachelor now, and it's the weekend. I don't need to be anywhere. So we go back to the VFW, drink it up. He takes me home the next morning. As soon as I wake up, first chance I get to go buy booze, I go buy booze. I buy all the Voodoo Rangers I can. I go buy some vodka, whatever else. I don't even remember what it was. And I start going in and out of a blackout at home. And one of my buddies from the 82nd had built his house right around the corner from me. And I remember I hit him up and was like, yo, what are you doing? Let's party. And he's all about the party. And I go to his house, and that's where the story from earlier kicked off. Is we just drank that whole weekend. It rolled around into the weekday. I don't even know if it was Monday or Tuesday. I just know that I wasn't where I was supposed to be. I had not only missed calls from work, all my neighbors who I would play poker with and stuff found out that I was going to kill myself, and they were trying to get a hold of me, trying to tell me not to do it. Come on, man. Like, we can help you. And everybody was there. Everybody was trying to get a hold of me. But there I was all alone on that couch with my thoughts. And that's where the devil thought he had won. That's where the devil wanted me. He had me, man. And it wasn't until when I got in that hospital bed, dude, and I meant every word of it. That complete surrender. I promised my best friend. I promised my commander. While I was in the detox, my buddy Trevor was like, hey, Shannon wants to come see you. And I was like, I don't want her to see me like this, dude. There's crazy people up here. The guy's talking to the wall over there. I shouldn't be here. And then I'm like, yeah, I do. I need to be here. I literally just tried killing myself, but I didn't want her to see me like that. And she came up and saw me. Shannon came back up and saw me. We cried, we talked, and I promised her that I would change, that I was dead serious about getting right. And that's what I did. And after that, I got out of detox, and I got home, and Shayna was like, hey, there's an AA meeting going on downtown Southern Pines tonight. You should go check it out. I was like, I'll definitely go check it out. And shout out to Primary Purpose Group Southern Pines. That's my home group. I walked in there and immediately felt at home. Everybody embraced me. Nobody was judging me. Nobody was, my first taste of AA was in the detox. They brought an AA meeting, and it was mandatory for anybody who was in there for drugs or alcohol had to go to that AA meeting. And in my mind, I was like, AA is a cult. It's, they're going to shove God down my throat, or they're going to do this. They're just going to make me feel bad about myself. Well, they brought an AA meeting in, and these two guys are sitting here telling me their story. And it's kind of like this, but they condensed it down to like 45 minutes. And this dude owns a bar, and he's been sober for like 10 years, 18 years, something like that. And I'm looking at him like, how, dude? Like, I can't even go to a ball game or anything without wanting to have a drink, much less work at a bar or own a bar and not drink. Like, what's the secret, And it was AA at first, right? So that's what I did, man. I went to AA meetings, and I started going to AA meetings, and I told my wife that I really wanted to get back into church. And going back to what I thought I knew, I wanted to do Catholic church because my mom would take my kids with her to church, and my mom's Catholic, so they were already going, like they were used to going to Catholic services. So we started doing that at first. And Shayna, when I met her, was agnostic, I guess. She believed in God, but she just didn't believe, like she just wasn't raised in it. She had no faith, um, none of that. And then we started going to Catholic services, and it was okay. It wasn't like we we weren't feeling it. You know what I mean? And Shayna was like, "Do you mind if we try other churches?" And I was like, "No, you got one in mind." And that's when she brought up Grace Church. And I remember we got our first service going in there with all the kids, and my daughter just being like, "This is like a concert. This is awesome," And man, I couldn't tell you exactly what the sermon was about that day, but it felt like it was like directed at me, you know, um, like I was meant to be there for that specific sermon. And my wife absolutely fell in love with it too. She saw the change in me, and she saw, I think, that everything that she tried to change in me, everything that the kids, everybody tried to change in me, they couldn't do it, that it was something greater than myself. And that greater thing was God. And I think she saw that, and she saw the change and what it did to me through the process of going into the inpatient facility. Um, when I got to the inpatient facility, that was the first time that I was ever honest about everything, you know, childhood, childhood trauma, my drinking specifically, but all my trauma, man. And that night, dude, I felt like I got wrecked by a train. Like my body was just heavy. And I remember my counselor telling me, "Hey, in the morning, you don't have to go to the gym. Just sleep it off, stay in bed because you're going to feel some stuff." I woke up the next morning, dude, and it felt like the world was just lifted off my shoulders. And I bought into everything, dude. Like they were bringing in art therapy, equine therapy, CBT, cognitive behavioral therapy, all this stuff, dude. I was just buying in and just, everything that I could. I was soaking it in, learning about it, how you change your thoughts, how you carry yourself. And then I was going to this church on Sundays while I was there. Mind you, it was a Catholic service, um, but after all that, I get out, and my wife, that's when we started church hunting, and we found grace, and we fell in love with grace. And this, through that process, is like where my wife saw the complete change in my life when I was able to just give it all up to God and put it all in God's hands. He was the only one that was able to take that away from me. And I remember it was Super Bowl Sunday. I'm outside grilling. This is the first time I'm sober. Like I had to drink in like 2 months or 3 months. October, November, December, January, February, 4 months, right? And I'm outside grilling, getting excited for the game, like making, smoking some meat. And my wife comes out there, Shayna comes out there, and she looks at me and she's like, "Are you all right?" And I look at her like, "Yeah, why? Is there like," she's like, "Usually you're drunk by now and you're drinking, like you're fine." And I'm like, I thought about it for a second, and I was like, you know what? I had not thought about drinking until you just mentioned it right now. That was the first time that I noticed, and I was like, how did only God could have taken that away from me? That I have to have a drink. I need a drink. Where can I get that next drink? Because that's what my life was for 25 years. And all of a sudden, I didn't feel that anymore. I felt free. And going back to grace, man, and it just felt like every other sermon was like, he's talking. I'm sitting there crying in church, dude. Like he's talking about me. Ryan's hurting me, like he's talking about me right now. And I look over at my wife, and she's like in tears too. And we just absolutely fell in love with it. And it just so happened that she, I can't say that she bought into it, but like she started reading the Bible. I got her own Bible. She started reading her Bible. They were doing a baptism weekend, and we didn't know that it was baptism weekend. And I was one of the guys that just walked up at the end, and I told my wife, I was like, "Hey, I'm getting baptized." Like I just feel, and it was October. It was the beginning of October, and my sobriety date's October 18th or October 20th, and so it was only a couple weeks away from my sobriety date for my 1 year. And I remember getting baptized, and I got up there, and it was Dan on the microphone, and I remember, telling him why I wanted to get baptized and how God played this, showed me, and continued to show me. And this is I'm early stages, and I'm still early stages in my walk of faith, but like I didn't have a Bible group yet. I didn't have any of that stuff, right? I was just going to church. I was getting my cup filled, what I needed, right? And after I got baptized, we continued going to Grace, talking about small. They were talking about volunteering, and I was like, "That's what I got to do. I need I'm my happy place." Anytime I walked into that church, man, I was just smiling ear to ear, like that was my home. And I was like, "What more can I do than to serve?" Right. So I signed up for initially for the security team, and ended up on the setup team. So I would show up, early morning Sundays and help set up, greet the first service, and then my wife and kids would show up for the second service, and we would sit there for the second service, and then the whole groups thing started coming up. And when I got baptized, one of my neighbors, whom I didn't even know, they just moved into the neighborhood, was like, "Hey," him and my wife had talked, or our wives had talked, and she introduced me to them, and she's like, "Dave's he's in a men's group you should think about." And I was like, "Yeah, man, And he's like, "I'm actually hosting this week." So I show up to this group, that following Tuesday, um, and I walk in, and come to find out, my buddy who was in SFAB with me, who had just PCS, that was his old group. He found out I was going, told them about me, found out that I just got baptized. So it was like this, at first it was like, oh, coincidence, it was, my buddy's group. Now I'm joining the group. And then I get there, and I see this other guy that I know from SFAB. And I'm like, "Where I know you from?" "Yep, that's where I know you from." And then a couple of weeks prior to that, I bought a golf cart, because when you quit drinking, you have extra money. I bought a golf cart, and I'm cruising around at night, and I was pulling out of my driveway, and I hit this dude who's running like in the dark. And I'm like, "Bro, what?" He's like, "Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry." He was apologizing to me. I'm like, "Dude, you're all right?" He's like, "Yeah, man." He's like, "I know I should have a light or something on." And he took off running. This leads into more later. So I get there, and I'm getting introduced to the group. Absolutely, just like at first, I'm like, "This is interesting." Just men being open about sin, about their, you know, just men being there for other men. Something that I never had in my life. Never knew that I needed in my life. And absolutely fell in love with the guys, dude. And I'm still a member of that group. Um, come a couple weeks later, I end up hosting at my house. As everybody's showing up, this dude walks up. He's like, "Do you have a golf cart?" And I was like, "Yeah." He's like, "Dude, you ran me over right outside your house." I was like, "Oh, that was you? What a coincidence, right?" Yeah, this is all God, dude. Just put in all the right people, all the right men in my life. And then, like a year ago, we were talking about my incident that the cops were out there, everything was cordoned off. Um, One of the guys in our group, he's like the assistant fire chief, and he's looking at me this whole time as I'm telling my story. And he's like, "I was out there, man. Me and the police chief were out there, and we were praying the whole time for you." Didn't know who I was, but he was there. that day. And now I'm in this men's group with this guy. And now I'm in this men's group with this other guy from my unit. And I'm in this men's group with this guy that I almost ran over with my golf cart. And then another guy joins the group. He was the guy that got me into volunteering at Grace. And it was just like all these men are just being placed in my life. And looking back, how God just, when I completely surrendered, how doors just started opening and everything was just falling in place. And that's when I just gave up. Like, I have no control. God knows what he's doing. I did not know what I wanted to do when I retired from the military. I was scared to get out because I didn't know what I wanted to do. But through that whole process, I found out that, the counselors do a really good job at helping soldiers and veterans. But one thing that lacks is that connection. Is they know the medical side of treatment, but they don't know, like my counselor at Fort Belvoir, love her to death. She did everything right. Never served, never had an addiction. So there was none of that connection. I connected more with the guys that were in there going through the same struggles as me than I did with my counselor. And that's where I realized, like, that's the gap that's missing in the healing part, right? And I really got good at listening and talking to other people. And I used to hate everybody, and it was mostly because I hated myself. Once I felt this love and this compassion, I found it very just not, I guess, rewarding or healing in a sense too, to be able to connect with another service member that is going through something that I've already been through, and we have the same background, and that connection is what bridges that gap between the recovery, the medical side, and the connection. And then that's kind of how Battleground Peer Support came along. I ended up getting certified in North Carolina to become a peer support specialist. Went through that program and realized, recovery can't be done on your own because it takes a group. People try quitting on their own or doing things on their own, man. Is the best thing that ever happened to me was getting involved at the church. One, giving my life up to God and putting it all in his hands. Two, getting involved at the church. Three, joining that men's group, because those men is what built me up to be able to continue to do what I'm doing now. And being able to go tell those guys, like, the devil's going to attack you in the ways that he knows that he can get to you, right? And a lot of the times for me is like a lust. And I'll bring it up, man. And the other guys in the group will be like, dude, I'm struggling with it. Like, it's happening to me too right now. It's like, we're doing something right in this group because stuff keeps happening. The devil keeps trying to do something to us in this group. And all these coincidences that are not coincidences, it's all God putting us where we need to be together. And it just continued to happen, man. And he just continued. I learned that if you're not looking, you're going to miss it. You're going to miss God's hand in everything. But if you're looking and you're seeking, like he says, seek me and you'll find me, dude. It is like, I'm getting the chills just thinking about how many times I can look back now and be like, how was I so blind to that? That was God right there. That God was right there, in all those moments. And I was just blind to it because I wasn't looking. And now, through this men's group, we do, we started off as a discipleship group, but we're really more of like a life group, right? We do want to build disciples. That's the plan, right? Let me put it this way. When I joined the group, there was about 8 of us, maybe 12 in and out. By the time we got done that year that I joined that group, there was over 20 of us. We had to split up. Because it was just too much. It's hard to disciple, that many dudes
Yeah, there's an
And,
instructor-student ratio there.
yeah, and me, I'm still a disciple myself. I'm still learning. I'm still taking it all in, and building my relationship with God, and trying to learn from these other men that are leaders in this group. So we split up. We start off again, about 8 or 9 of us, and we're probably back up in like our group chat now that we all don't get together, but when we do, man, it's probably about like 18 of us, and we're about to split up again. And this is going on 2 years, and I think it's gonna happen. I really love the group, and I really love the dudes, but and they know it too, because it's happening where we're gonna break off again, and I'm gonna have to step up in that leadership role and start discipling my own group. But we're still that group. We have the whole group chat, our group chat, and then the small group chat. So through that group, we started feeding the homeless in Fayetteville. Then we started talking about we need to start feeding, taking care of our city. Fayetteville's great. Then we started feeding the homeless out here in Moore County, dude. I never realized how many homeless people we have in this county. You used to only see one or two, the same two people for like the last 8 years.
The lady who's still there today,
Yeah,
right? On one right there.
Yeah, and then you have like that dude that would always walk around with the golf club or whatever. But then you go into like these backwoods by the train tracks and just see these tent cities here in Moore County, dude. You're like, I never even knew this was out here. So we started feeding and taking food out to these guys once a week. Trying to be the hands and feet of Jesus, and going out and praying over these, offering prayer wherever they needed it. If they wanted it, we pray over them. If they didn't want it, take our food. Here's a Bible, and I believe that's how manna, the feeding the homeless ministry out here, how it blew up, because it was just a small group of us at first. And next thing I know, there's like 30 people in a group chat. It's like, who can be here? Who can help with this? Who can help with this? It's like, oh, we can start using this kitchen and this. And, and it's just God, dude. It's just God making things happen off of a small little thing that we were trying to do, and now every week they're going out feeding all the homeless around Moore County. I think they're even reaching out towards like Rockingham and all that. So like there's just immediately there was just no doubt that God had his hand in everything in my life. And it was one sermon where it was like, and it's been a few now, where Ryan talks about how, you go through the suffering, and of course it's not joyous. You're not happy through it, but there's a purpose behind it. And I'm looking back, dude, and I'm like, I went through all that. God put me through all that so I can get to this point in my life where I actually love and care for people and want to help them. And I can share my story and help others. And that's where God was leading me. And was it fun? No. Looking back at it now, it's like, yeah, dude, that was all God, man. And this is where I'm at now, man. After I got baptized, my oldest son, there was another baptism weekend. Elijah was like, Dad, I want to get baptized. Cool, I'll baptize you. You're 11 years old. If you want to make that decision, I'm not going to tell you no.
You're old enough to know what it means.
Yeah. So I baptize him, and like there's just this whole culture shift. Everything in my house changed. We're praying before meals. We're praying before bed. Me and my wife are reading our Bibles before we fall asleep. We're praying together before we go to bed. Completely different than what, unfortunately, my oldest son saw everything before. He understood everything. He was like my right-hand man. He liked to golf. He'd go golfing with me. He'd see me drink a lot, and then tell his mom, nope, he only had 2 beers, you know? So he saw all that, and then he saw the shift, and he saw the dad that I could be. And then he saw me get baptized, and then he saw me actually become the leader of the house, and he wanted to get baptized. And to me, that was like, bro, I loved it. Man, I baptized him. And then a few months down the road, we're in the back making s'mores. And my daughter comes up to me and she's like, Dad, I've been practicing my speech for when I get baptized. I'm like, what? She's like, yeah, I want to get baptized. And I mean, that's my screensaver is the look that she has when she came out of that water, grinning ear to ear, and we're just locking eye to eye, like father and daughter. It was like, here I am baptizing my children. And my wife, who didn't have this faith before, is completely consumed by this and is reading the Bible. We're talking about faith. We're sharing stories about faith, and we're changing the way we do life, right? God is now in the center of it. God was never even brought up in our relationships, in our relationship. And now he is the center of it. And my wife had been talking about, she had talked about wanting to get baptized, but she's a very introvert. So through the men's group, I think it was about a year that we've been praying on it. Hey, Shayna wants to get baptized, but she just doesn't want the whole production. And, she doesn't want to talk in front of the cameras and all that. And just keep praying on it that, she builds up the courage to eventually, and we realize that we could baptize her anywhere, whatever. It's all in God's time, right? And she needed to feel it. And reluctantly, yesterday, we baptized my wife. I baptized my wife at the lake. And, the prayers that these men, that I share with these men and see the miracles that God has done since I've been part of this group, there's no doubt in my mind that it's God. My oldest brother, we had been praying for him for probably about 9 months. He had kind of gone rogue. I knew he was lying about his drinking and his drugging and all this stuff. He was hiding it from everybody. He burned all his bridges. And I just remember telling the dudes, man, like, he's one of the last conversations I had with him was he had felt like he was closer to the devil his entire life than he was ever to God. And this is the one that grew up in the gangs and stuff, right? And in my mind, I was like, dude, we lost him. We lost him, but we got to keep praying for him. And my brothers, dude, in that group would always ask, how's your brother? Have you heard from your brother? Have you heard from him? No, man, I haven't heard anything. Next thing I know, I hear from him. This is 8 months down the road. I'm fully sober, recovered, doing my nonprofit, doing all this stuff. And he reaches out to me. He's like, hey, man, I need to tell you something. What's up? He's like, I've been talking to this facility. I'm thinking about going through this program to get right. And out of the blue, man, he goes into this treatment facility. He's sober now 10 months. He just moved out here so he could be closer. He's going to church with me on Sundays. He's part of my men's group on Tuesdays. And it's like that to me, that was a lost cause. There was like, there's no coming back from that. But God showed me otherwise, dude. And now he's here, sober. And I can sit here and tell you all the stuff that God's done and showed me. And like, there's no denying it. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And it's just miracle after miracle after miracle. And one of the guys in the group was like, he told me, because, there's guys in this group that have been praying over stuff for the longest time, that God has showed me some favor. And I kind of was hesitant at first, and I'm like, what, how has he shown me? And he's like, I can't even say, how has he shown me favor? Because if I go back and look, all my prayers that we've been praying for have been happening. They, and he told me this, and he's like, you need to. It's not like you've just grown favor with him, and I didn't know how to take it at first, and it was like, well, God doesn't love me more than he loves anybody else. He loves everybody the same. God is the same today as he was yesterday, as he will be tomorrow, right? He was the same person, the same God that I was when I was going through my alcoholism than when I'm going through my recovery. Um, it's just God. I just didn't have him in my life for the first 40 years, like he was there, but the relationship wasn't. I never understood that relationship mattered. I would pray. I learned the Hail Mary, all that stuff at a young age. I went through my baptism as a baby. I was supposed to make my catechism, the Catholic steps that you're supposed to take. But I never knew about a relationship. Growing up, I always knew about, if you do this, God's going to punish you type God. Until I got old enough and actually opened up the word and actually listened and opened my eyes, how oblivious I was to it all. Yeah, man. Like it's overwhelming, man, of how God's grace and his love and his compassion has just been, not just recently, but always been there. And now that I'm actually looking for it and seeking it, how much I see it.
Yeah, it's like, and you've done a really good job of going into detail to kind of explain some of. So let me try to tie all this up. I might have to get a little long-winded. But what you're describing, it's like a scale is falling from your eyes. And a lot of times, man, when people are hearing other people, like people want to hear somebody's testimony, or like, oh, what is it that makes you, that, why is your faith so strong? And people try to describe it, and it just doesn't really land because there's so much nuance there. It's like, it comes down, I had the same thing. It comes down to just realizing like where he has been all along, and you just didn't see it. And it's just a perspective shift that, I was talking about this to Phil Bivens. I won't waste everybody's time rehashing it too much, but just talking about the same thing. I grew up without a father figure and all that, and that really, I mean, as a man, that wrecks you. You just don't know. You don't know how to live.
Yeah, man.
And I was talking to Phil about how, the only way to fix that is to be able to go back in time and erase that void. And that is impossible, except that it's not impossible for God. And he did it for me in showing me, just learning his character through reading the Bible and just understanding that all of these things that I've been trying to model my life after. It, I was thinking I was missing a dad, a father figure. But I had one.
Yes.
And so, and all he did, he did the impossible. He erased the void back in time by just showing me that it never existed.
Yep.
And you're touching on the same thing, man. It's just a perspective shift. You're like, your aperture opens. You're like, how have I missed this? Like, it didn't have to be like this.
Dude, I tell my wife all the time, it's my dad's fault. I didn't have a dad growing up. Mm-hmm. I didn't have a father. Mm-hmm. This is just how I was raised. I was fatherless. And, one of the sermons, Ryan just speaking to the heart, dude. It's like, you've always had a father. We all have a father. We've always had a father. Dude, I cried. I was in tears, man. I was like, how was I so oblivious? I've had a dad. I've had a father this whole time. And he's had his hand in everything.
And especially in your case, it's like I said, you've done a really good job of illustrating how he how do I say this? So when you start leaning into your faith, what really changed, like I said, is that perspective shift. Like the people didn't just move in next door, they were always there. But now you realize, oh, like this is, now you're in a small group. You realize he's had you surrounded.
Yeah.
You just had to give it. And what you were talking about earlier when you were in when you gave up control, I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, but I know where you're coming from because I've been there. And you're saying, I don't have control over this. You just let it go. You don't have control. But the key there, you don't have control. That is somewhat easy to recognize. It's when you don't want control. I don't have control and I don't want it. I can only mess this thing up.
Yep.
That's where, like we said earlier, he's going to use whatever you give to him. And when you get to that point, you've just given him everything. So he's going to use it all. And just like in your story, man, things just start steamrolling. It's like, okay, finally, are you awake now? Okay, let's go. We got work to do.
Yeah, and I wish I could say that it's all been unicorns and rainbows since that day, but life is life.
Yes.
You're still there's still lessons to be learned, and there's still a lot of relationship that needs to be built, right, with me and God. And one of the best things that I think came out of all of this was my father passed away 2 years ago, right after my birthday. And, he wanted me to go out there to Mexico to go be by his side and all that. And I had forgiven him. I was able to forgive him for everything, right? Realizing that the forgiveness wasn't really for him, but it was more for me, right? Like I can't hold on to that grudge and that hate because the devil's just going to continue to use that against me. I had to let that go. I was able to reconcile with him. I think he knew when he passed away, he had told one of my aunts that he knew that he's getting what he deserved out of life with his kids not being there with him. And it's sad, but at the same time, like I'm no longer angry at my father. I don't have any resentment towards that man. I pray for his soul, and before any of this, the grudges, the hate, it man, I would hold on to things forever. And now it's like, God, I can't control this.
Yeah.
Being in the military, we try to take control of our own careers, right? So we think we're taking control of our own careers. He knows the ultimate plan, but it's like, everywhere. How I ended up in the 82nd was I put in that Airborne packet. I put in the application to go to first SFAB. I wanted to go to Germany, so I got Germany. I wanted to come back to 82nd, so I got back to the 82nd. No, man, that's all stuff that I wanted, and he just allowed it to happen, man. It was all part of his plan,
I mean, it's even in the NCO creed, right? I will make decisions in absence of orders, right? It's been a long time since I had to recite that, so sorry. I know I'm...
Yeah.
But you get what I'm saying. Something else you talked about, man. It was kind of tied into what we were just saying, but like you're saying, you just have to look. You just have to look, and it's so Jesus, without using words, really, really, really hammered that point home. And I mean, in the big picture, he didn't address it directly much. He did a little bit, but in general, he always taught in parables. And you hear a lot of people who just think they're just too smart to believe in Sky Daddy or whatever they say, and they're like, well, if God really just wants to be understood, then and Jesus was God, why would he talk in riddles? And it's like, dude, it's for people like you. Because people like you don't have the heart to seek the truth. But if you're actually seeking the truth, it makes sense.
Yeah.
And what a brilliant thing, you know.
Yeah.
But that's also kind of like a micro illustration of how the kingdom works. Seek and you will find.
Yep.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
Knock and it will be opened. It's just, it all comes back to what we started with: a sincere heart.
Yeah.
You just have to be sincere. You just have to mean it.
Yeah. I look back, man, and I can't, how do I put it? Like, I just had so much hate, man. Like, I did not like people at all. And now it's the complete opposite, you know? And it, like, I don't know. I can't explain it, you know? I think my wife and my oldest son, you know me the best and can see the biggest change in me. And they might be able to say it different, but like for me, it's just like I can't explain it. Like how much love I have for my fellow brother, my fellow sister. My first reaction to anything is, you know, before I overreact or pray. I start feeling anxious, pray, man. Just stop and pray. You know, unfortunately, there's some stuff that I just can't control, and you know, anxiety does take over, or you know, some depression does kick in. But you know, God first, man.
I'm glad you brought that up, the anxiety thing, because that's something that I've heard, and this I'm gonna have to apologize because I have a feeling this is gonna lead me into kind of a soapbox, but I hear people say a lot like, "Well, God doesn't give us a spirit of fear and anxiety. That's not from the Lord." Like, so the implication there is, hey, you're just not surrendered enough or whatever. I'm like, have you not read the Bible? Like, do you not remember what happened in the Garden of Gethsemane? Like, do you, first of all, you call yourself a Christian, then that means you must accept and believe that Jesus is who he said he was, or who he says he is, right?
Mm-hmm.
Which means he is God. So he is fully surrendered. But he was so full of anxiety, he was crying tears of blood.
Yeah.
So that's a total BS line.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it can really guilt people into thinking that something's wrong with them, or, you know, God's not there or something like that, because they're feeling this, that everybody else is saying, well, God don't give you a spirit of fear. Shut up, dude. You're hurting people. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Anyway, so I think we're kind of wrapping it up. I do want to ask though, what's next for Battleground?
So I'll tell you, man. I went in as soon as I found out that I was getting medically retired. Like I kicked this thing off. I spent most of my time building this thing. We have a website. You know, one of the members in my board, I helped him through his recovery. He had gone through the same outpatient program that I went through, and come to find out, he's a web developer. And he heard I had tried doing this on my own, and he looked at my website and he was like, "Nah, dude, let me help you. Let me help you a little bit, you know." So he helped me with that, man. And like, you know, 501c3s aren't easy to get started. There's a lot of paperwork, and you got to have a board and meetings and records, and I did it, man. Like I have my board of directors, I have my everything set up, like we're up and running. You know, and I was, in my mind, it was one of those like, I'm gonna save the world, you know. And once this website's up, I'm gonna do this. Like people are gonna be reaching out. I have its own phone line, like 24/7. You can call and get peer support. I can guide you. I can help you. I can do whatever. But then I realized, you know, it's a one-man show.
Mm-hmm.
It's me trying to manage everything. My board members are there to make sure that everything stays within the 501c3, and I'm not doing anything illegal, and we're doing everything right. Mm-hmm. Mind you, some of them are prior service. My middle brother, that's a police officer, who's also retired, is on the board. He used to run a nonprofit. So, of course, I wanted him on there, right? For ideas and whatnot. And I have all these great things that I want to do, but the hardest thing about it is getting people to come to ask for help.
Yeah.
You know,
I can see that.
I've helped more spouses that are going, like their husbands are going through addiction, but the husband doesn't want help. If somebody doesn't want the help, no matter how hard you try or push it, they're not going to want it. They have to hit their bottom. They have to hit their surrender point, right?
Yeah.
All I could do is give you some tools to kind of help you, guide you, direct you through that process till they reach that point, or find some resources for you to reach out to. Because I'm not a licensed clinical social worker. I'm not anything. I'm barely graduating with my bachelor's degree in psychology this summer. Ultimate goal is to become a licensed clinical social worker. But I am not licensed to tell you, this is what you need to do. I'm here to help you find those resources and build that community around you to support you to get through it. So when your husband or significant other is ready for help, we have a plan and we know what we're doing, and it's a continuous process. Um, I was I initially did my internship on base at the outpatient program that I went through. So I was working one on one with service members, active duty. Um, that was very rewarding. I brought in gardening there. We planted a garden bed around the facility, taught them about gardening, taught them about, getting out in public, like going out, just going on nature hikes. Mind you, it's Smith Lake, but you're getting out of the building that you're sitting there talking to counselors all day long, showing them that recovery isn't just um, talking to somebody. It's building that community, getting that group of men um, to help you through stuff, because life is still gonna life. Temptation's still gonna hit. I I can count on one hand how many times I was like, man, beer sounds good right about now. But immediately it goes back to, well, if I do that, I lose everything. And it's gone as fast as it came in. But there's people that get to that point and don't know what to do with it because they don't have that community or that the resources, where their immediate thought is, man, a drink sounds good right about now. And then they sit on it and it's like, oh man, now that drink sounds, I need to get that drink.
Yep.
And instead of picking up the phone and calling somebody or having somebody to be there for them, they go and get that drink. And unfortunately, like I said, you just can't help people unless they want the help. I can put it out there to the world that our services are free. I will we'll raise the money if you can't afford to get into treatment. Um, I've talked to Warriors Heart up in Virginia.
I was gonna ask if you.
Yep. They give me the 501c3 discount.
Nice.
And for some reason you get denied through, and this isn't just TRICARE, first timers that go through the military and go through something or going through anything, first responders, law enforcement, any of those guys. Your insurance denies it. I will go above and beyond to try to raise that money to get you into the treatment that you need to get, whether it's inpatient or getting into talking to a psychiatrist or finding those resources out there to make sure that you get that no one is denied and no one is left behind.
That's very important, man. And I think I agree with you, man. Well, I absolutely agree with you. I think people just need to understand that it's you got to change your azimuth, man. Like you're saying, you got that temptation. I want the drink, and you just kind of, this is a pretty cheesy analogy, but I'm going with it. You're thinking about that drink, and you're just focusing in on that. You're looking for your point where you know it's not. You're running around the tree or the bush looking for a point that you know is not there. You got to change your azimuth.
Yeah.
And then when you start walking towards it, it's still going to suck. You're still tired. You're still busting brush, but at least you know you're on azimuth.
Yeah, man.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It makes all the difference.
Yeah. And GWAT the GWAT era, leadership and all that's going away, man. The new military structure, as I was getting out, like it's becoming more normal to ask for help. You know, back in the day when we first came in, it was like, if your buddy to the left of you is good and the buddy to the right of you is good, we're good. You know, to say, hey, I need to go talk to somebody because something's wrong up here or in here, and I need to talk to somebody about it. There was a stigma that went with it.
Yeah. Well, and then there was also, well, I know we just got back, but I know we're going back out. I want to be on that deployment.
Yeah.
With my brothers.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
I'll deal with it later. I'll deal with it when the war's over.
Yep.
You know
we'll deal with it another day.
Yep.
Right. And then that's just another thing that you're compacting down until it comes out. And this is what I'll say is like, you know, the church does a good job of saying it too. What comes out of the mouth is what you feel on the inside, right? Mm-hmm. So you're carrying all this stuff, all this hate, all this anger, all this, you know, whatever it is that you went through in life, eventually it's going to come out, and it's going to come out not how you want it to. Mine was that I was going to take my life, and that was my cry for help. And I don't know how much more I could have taken or how much more it would have taken, because 0.46 and all that medication, like, I should have been gone.
Well, I mean, and I know you realize this, but that's twice in a couple of days that you should have been dead.
Yeah.
Like, you totaled your vehicle.
Yeah.
You got sideswiped, totaled, your vehicle was totaled.
Yeah.
Probably should have been dead.
Yeah.
And then taken all, yeah, I mean, that's,
you know, and it just comes out in ways that, whether it's anger, aggression, or, you know, you just decide to do something dumb and you get arrested. Mm-hmm. And now you're in a cell withdrawing in there, and they don't know that you're withdrawing. More people die from alcohol withdrawal than any other drug. Alcohol withdrawals are the worst thing you could go through. And that's why it's very important to not go through it alone. Mm-hmm. Because you're thinking, I just get to do this night. You might not make it through that night, mm-hmm. you know? So yeah, man, now, like I was saying, now that I was leaving the Army, man, you see it, it's more normal for guys to get help, man. A lot of service members, you know, they're getting the help that they need. But I think the one thing that's lacking is that peer support, mm-hmm. is having that mentorship of somebody that's been through it and can talk to you through it. Because like I said, man, the social workers do a great job of doing the medical stuff. It's that gap that we need, that bridge of that peer support, yeah. of people that have been through it and, you know, that actually care, you know, and that's kind of how this all came about, you know. And I want to give back to that community. I want to give back to our first responders, law enforcement, man. And, you know, I'm hoping, you know, this gets out there, and I can quit my job now, because I take this contracting job because I wasn't doing enough with a nonprofit, to the point where that keeps me busy enough that becomes my primary purpose in life.
Yeah. We'll definitely be praying into that, man. So, and we always do like you probably know from watching other ones, we always do like a quick admin thing. Unless we're missing anything, I always like to ask if we're missing anything before we wrap up. But if not, I've got a final question for you, but a quick admin thing before that. But
yeah,
are we missing anything?
I mean, we could go on for days on a bunch of stories, but no, man, that's, you know, the big stuff, the important stuff. I think we discussed, and
that's good.
Lots of light.
It's good, man. And I just want to point out that, like I said, you've done a really good job of giving the details and the context. So a lot of, and I understand, and this isn't judgment or condemnation or anything like that, but a lot of times people, when they come across this podcast or whatever, and they see that, you know, most people are prior military and all that, they just assume it's one of those like, oh, it's a war stories podcast. It is not. It nowhere near that. Like, we talk about people's military backgrounds because only to the extent that, and sometimes it's a lot.
Yeah.
It depends how much it has informed your testimony, but it's the purpose of digging into that stuff is to give the context, to describe, again, who you were, how you got there, how things affected you, things like that, and then highlight where God came in, how he changed all that, how he used all that.
Yeah, man.
It's not a war story thing at all. So you've done a really good job of giving the proper detail and then tying it all back together. So thank you for that. But anyway, final question. But first, hold on.
Oh, man. Oh, nice.
There you go.
Number 10, baby.
Number 10.
Love it. Thank you, man.
Yeah, absolutely,
cool.
brother. Absolutely. It means a lot you took the time to come out here and open up and be so vulnerable, man. And it's important.
It is, man. And I still do. Once a month, I go back and talk to that outpatient. I give my testimony. I go speak at inpatient facilities because it's important, man. You never know who's going to hear something from your story and just connect with it. And if I can reach one person out of 100, that's that one person.
Well, and I thought about that earlier, just a few minutes ago when you said, you started Battleground, you're going to change the world. And it is a cliche, but it's true. The thing is, if you do help someone, you have saved their world. Like you got it. Like it's not,
Yeah.
it's again, another perspective shift. Like, are we talking about the whole world? Everybody? That's ridiculous. But you can save someone's world, and that's is not nothing.
Yeah.
It's to say it's not nothing seems kind of like dismissive. It's so much more than it seems like. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Anyway, so I'll try to get off my soapbox. So, so just last question, man. And you're a paratrooper and jump master and all that stuff. So this maybe won't be a cheesy analogy for you. For some folks, it might be, but when you're jumping, especially you said your first one or two jumps, I think you said were C-130.
Oh, yeah.
So they were door jumps.
Yeah.
Door jumps suck.
Yeah.
when you're for anybody who doesn't know, I'm sure you can imagine though, if you're jumping out the side door of an aircraft, especially C-130, you're jumping into a wall of chaos because there's the wind, because of the airspeed, and then there's all the prop wash that's propelling it. So you don't just pussyfoot around and like stick your little toe out. I did that. I got distracted. It was, I think, jump 3 at jump school. I got distracted because I was like, oh, look how tiny everything is down there. And I was like, oh, I'm hanging in the door. Let me get out. And I just kind of halfway stepped, and that wind ripped me out, man. And it
sucked you right out.
Dude, it was a rough ride. Dude, I was looking at the back of the plane as that flew over, and like my feet were doing all this number. And dude, when I landed, I was like, oh, that sucked. Burned in, of course. And then I went to release my reserve. It was already hanging by one clip. Like that was how violent that ride was. You know what I mean? Dude, it looked like where my canopy release assemblies were. It looked like I got shot with non-lethal round, like green background, just blurple. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But anyway, my point is to get out the door correctly, and this is an analogy for faith, you have to kick out hard.
Yeah.
Like you're jumping into something that doesn't want you jumping into it. You know what I mean? Meaning, well, I guess that's not the right way to put it, but you're jumping out of the world into I guess reality. And there are a lot of things, principalities and things like that don't want you to do that. So you really have to commit. You really, and that it's the same with everything you do throughout kind of your journey of faith. Like you have to commit, submit, and commit. You know what I mean?
Man.
So what is it for you right now that you think you need to kick out hard on?
Man, for me, I struggle with scripture memorization.
Mhm.
And I left a lot out in this interview, but lust has always been a big one for me because throughout my life, it was always about booze and women. There was a lot of women that I left out. My wife knows that was one of the first conversations we had. But I still struggle a lot with that, and like I just that and scripture memorization, man, and like I just need to. I don't know. Back to jump master analogy, right? The best way that I got good at memorizing pre-jump was by writing it down and reading what I thought I could memorize, and then walking out, pitching it to my wife, messing up, going back to the room and picking it back up. And I took that very serious because that was my job. Yeah, so that was that's one thing that I know I just need to work on a lot more. I've put my complete faith in God, and there's no denying that. So there's no reason why I shouldn't go even harder in scripture memorization than I did for jump master school.
You see, what helped me out a lot. I've never focused, and I still don't focus on specifically memorizing scripture, but picked up a study Bible, man. This actually right here. This is my Bible. This is where I come to read the Bible and everything. Super thick, obviously, but dude, there's just so much in here. It just digs into just a lot more detail. It's so, you have one of these?
Yeah.
Oh, dude, it's helped me so much because what happens is, for me, like, I have to understand the why.
Mm-hmm.
I'm never going to remember, like, even if it's scripture, is as important as it is to me, I'm not going to remember it if I don't understand what it means.
Mm-hmm.
It's just going to wash over. But if I understand what it means, it sinks in, and maybe I don't get it verbatim, but the message is there. The point, the lesson is there.
Yeah, the lessons and the messages are all there. It's the being able to regurgitate them verbatim. And I know I'm capable of it because I've done it before, like I said, for jump master. But spiritual warfare is real.
Yeah,
it's a real thing. And one of those things that we should have and should be on our hearts is the scripture, and being able to pull that out whenever we need it. That's just one thing.
Yeah, dude, I would love to be like the Book of Eli. That would be awesome.
Yeah.
I don't think I have the bandwidth for it, but I guess it doesn't mean we shouldn't try, right?
Yeah.
Well, Efren, thanks again for coming